Good morning and the warmest of welcomes from the iconic Sepang International Circuit in the heart of Malaysia. This is the first visit for the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship for more than 2 years, and it's great to be back. This is the first day of 3. This is a free practice day, and you're joining us for the first session of the day. And if you listen carefully, that barking sound you can hear is the first class to be out on track, which is the Underbone 150s. We're here on live stream and we'll be here throughout the day. That's Barry and Daniel, and we'll look forward to hearing your comments as we go through. Daniel.
Yeah, so we're back in Sepang International Circuit after quite a long break with the Asia Racing Championship, with everything that happened, and I think it's going to be a real test for the riders, especially who just came back to the circuit after having a long break from it. But it is an advantage for the Malaysian riders. They have been racing here in the Malaysian Cup Pre-Championship, the Malaysian Superbike Championship, so it's a lot to prove for the home riders. But we'll see what happens. We saw a lot of exciting drama happening in Buriram the last round.
Yeah, the Buriram round got off to an unbelievable start, and we thought there that maybe there would be some home advantage. Of course, in this class there was only one Thai rider, Pirapong, who's normally a leader, but he didn't show up so much for that round. But it was a terrific start to the season for Wahyu Haji Trilaksana, the former double champion, who'd lacked a bit of consistency for a couple of seasons, but started this one extremely well.
Yeah, that was right. There was a lot of good starts, but one team in particular that did not have a great start was in the ASB 1000 category, and that was the likes of the Access Plus Ducati team, and that was really unfortunate as well, having a home rider for Thailand not being able to start from the grid position that he was supposed to, and the whole Ducati team will definitely be hoping to be coming strong once again into the round 2.
Yeah, for the Access Plus Ducati team, I think they've tightened up a few things, because that start you mentioned, Daniel, was very unfortunate. Titipong Warakorn had been fast throughout that week in the pre-season test and throughout practice. He qualified well, but then there was the error, let's say, that messed up the start, and then during the race he had mechanical problems. So hopefully they've done some work since then, and they'll be ready to go, because Titipong on paper is very much a championship contender for the ASB 1000 class.
Definitely, he is definitely one to look out for. But for now, we look at the action with the ARRC Underbone 150. We've got 26 minutes left in this morning free practice 1. And the weather seems fair. Doesn't look like there's much cloud cover, so we can expect the temperatures to rise throughout the day, and definitely the times will keep dropping with every session.
Yeah, the weather can often play a part at Sepang. What surprised me pleasantly this time, Daniel, has been how relatively mild the weather is here. The humidity's lower, the temperatures have been in the early 30s, but not any more than that. And I know it did rain on Wednesday, which was the day I travelled, but yesterday was beautiful all day.
Yeah, it is. It has been decent weather, and the rain has been a really hit and miss. We expect during at this time of the year that it would be really hot all throughout the days, but for some reason recently we've had spots of rain here and there around Selangor, but we're looking at fair weather for today. The weather forecast didn't look like there was any sign of rain coming up ahead, so we can expect dry throughout, but it all comes down to Sunday later on, where we might see sudden drops of rain or a complete downpour, and that can be a real game changer.
Yeah, we always almost expect that at Sepang, and I was, like many people, I was entertained by Aslan Shah's comments yesterday when I asked him about the rain. He said he prefers foreign rain in other circuits, not rain at Sepang, because it does spring a surprise. But let's see what happened. Just looking out on track now as the riders get themselves warmed up. It's a very long lap for these 150 underbones, and so slipstreaming is going to feature all the way through.
Slipstreaming is definitely a huge factor for the underbones, especially with two very long 1 kilometer straights on each side of the main grandstand, and that's what makes underbone racing so exciting in Sepang, because you'll see last minute battles all throughout the categories, but even more so in underbones, because coming out the last corner, you can be sitting in first as you come out, but you have 3-4 riders behind you who will get the slipstream and they can just cut you right at the line, and it just brings amazing action at the end.
Absolutely. You almost don't want to be leading into the final turn, because as they fan out, there could be 5 bikes in a line, and it's really a lottery as to who gets through. Or some racecraft too, as we saw from some of the experienced riders in Buriram, like Wayuaji Triloxana we all mentioned. And in race 2 was the biggest surprise, which made it extra exciting, was when Ahmad Afif Amran escaped and won by 3 seconds, which I can't remember last seeing the last time I saw an underbone race where there was a runaway winner. But he came through and he managed to make the break. Making the break here with all this slipstream is going to be, I wouldn't bet on it at all.
Yeah, it's going to be a real challenge to do that. But yeah, Ahmad Afif has been someone who locally in Malaysia as well has been outstanding in his performances, and he's really showing that he is ready to contest for the title this year. And yeah, the last round's performance was spectacular from him.
Yeah. And the other double champion here from Indonesia we need to look out for is Gupta Kreshner, who's riding with the Philippine team again. But he was very fast in qualifying. I think he was the fastest in qualifying at Buriram. He didn't convert that in the Super Pole, but yeah, he was fastest in qualifying at Buriram. But during the races didn't go his way. I think he had problems in one of them, but that wasn't such a good start to the season for him. Just looking at see who's out on track now. One man that was sorely missed at Buriram was Fazli Sham.
That is right, yeah. Ahmad Fazli Sham is someone who we know is a very well experienced rider. He was always a contender in the underbone class, and yeah, it was an unfortunate miss for him, but he is back now and he looks to have a new motivation that he's found. And I saw on his Instagram recently he seemed very excited with this run coming up, being a home round, being that he missed out in round 1, so he has something to prove in round 2.
Yeah, well, he's a man who's always got a smile on his face. Probably one of the most popular riders in this class, and he's always a contender. And of course, as you were saying, Daniel, with the slipstreaming here, his experience should tell. And if you were crazy enough to want to bet on the results of an ARRC underbone race, then that wouldn't be the worst place to put your money.
Definitely. He's known for his unique style of tucking in on the bike as well. If you see the way he puts his head all the way down, nearly below the handlebars down the straights, it is a style that's been replicated by many of the younger Malaysian riders coming up the ranks, simply because it just works so well. Yeah,
it does. And of course he's pretty tall, so he has to really fold himself onto that bike. But I've seen many riders now impersonate that style, and people from around the world who watch this sport send me pictures of oh, I love this, and it'll be a picture of one of these riders with their head completely tucked down.
Yeah.
Not looking at all where they're going.
Definitely, it's amazing that they have that spatial awareness to know exactly where they are, and it is a real talent to be able to do that.
Yeah, I don't know whether they count to see how long it takes to get to the breaking point, but it's impressive. But you want to make these small bikes go as fast as possible, so they throw everything at it. I mean, the tuning is also a real science for this sport. These bikes start, I think, in production form, pushing out something like 12 horsepower or something.
More or less around there.
And they more than double that. They're coming up to close to 30 brake horsepower now for these, and they're incredibly light.
Yeah, it really surprised me when I first started seeing the horsepower figures of these bikes, like knowing that the production figure was around, as you mentioned, 12, 13 horsepower. The fact that they're getting near 250cc level of power is absolutely amazing. So huge credit to all the mechanics and the engineers that managed to extract as much as they could from these machines.
And it's a really fine balancing act too, because the more power you get, the more power you tune for, the higher the probability of an engine failure.
That's right.
So
yeah, we I still remember back in the day when the first 250s, the new generation of 250s, shall we say, and the 150s came. There was always issues with the bikes. We had engine failures left and right, problems with the camshafts, and it seems that as the years progress, like now since 2020, that has become less and less. They found ways to keep the same amount of power, but make sure that the bike's still functioning until the end of the race and every session that they have. And that's once again huge credit to the teams and the mechanics for doing all this work.
Yeah, it is. That's such a specialist area to be able to walk that fine line. Just watching on the screen there, I saw some of the riders were hanging back there. I was here at the riders briefing yesterday where they were warned about that, so I know this is free practice, but it's a dangerous practice, and the race director, I'm sure, will be having a word about that. As you can see, these guys here on screen are cruising at the moment.
Yeah, we're not getting anything that's too menacing of a lap time yet, but we do have some fast times from the likes of Izzat Zaidi, Ahmad Afif that we mentioned earlier in round 1, spectacular performance. Ayman Tahirudin as well, and Ahmad Fazi Sham also in first. They're all within the 238, so everyone just getting the feeling on the bikes. And you can see some riders are trying to grab a reference every now and then, which is, as we mentioned earlier, the way that they hanged back. And usually riders do that because they want to find a slipstream or they need a reference point, but that is not technically allowed. This is in terms of safety and such. But it is one of the tricks in the underbone category. When you have a lighter bike with a bit less power, for example, in the classes of racing, you do need the slipstream advantage and such. But it is something that the stewards will take note when they see these things.
Yeah, they will. It is, in fact, it is one of the most dangerous things you can do on a motorcycle racetrack, is to go below racing speeds. And I can see my friend there from Thailand, Pirapong Louis playing on the number 14 Yamaha, doing just that. I mean, he barely had enough speed to stay upright.
Yeah, it's but it looks bad. I think it could be that Pirapong might have an issue with his bike because he hasn't set a lap time yet. Because he was, as you mentioned, cruising on the far right of the circuit. So we'll see whether we can get any updates on that. But for now, only 18 riders have set a lap time. So
yeah.
Oh, we have a really fast lap from him.
That's right.
Right now, 2:35, 2 seconds faster than anyone else on track right now.
Yeah, that reflects the intent, I think, of Wayuaji Trelaksana. That is a quick early time, so that's a nice marker to put down so early. And there's very fast riders in that really in that top 10. Sifik Rosley, he needs a good performance after not showing up so well in Buriram. Ayman Tahirudin, Fifan Ram we talked about. Izzat Zaidi, of course, won race 1 at Chang International.
Yeah, he's one of those riders that we can take note as a challenger as well. But then again, in this underbone category, it is really hard to pinpoint a single rider that can really outshine the other because the nature of the underbone bikes is just so, how can we put it, wild in a way, in the sense that you can never tell who's going to get the advantage because it just goes straight down to the line.
It is. It's wild. It's unpredictable. I think under the riders' helmets there's probably a bit more science going on, but for those of us lucky enough to be sitting back and watching it, it does look completely wild.
And now we're looking at Ahmad Afif, who sits in 4th right now, still with the 2:37 time that he had as of earlier. But to me, it's still remarkable how Wahyu pulled a 2:35.377 already in practice. And as you mentioned, that just shows his intention already for this weekend. He wants to really come in strong and really show that he can fight for the win.
Yeah, he's a very media-friendly rider, isn't he? He's pretty charismatic, Wayuaji. and he's always polite. So I saw him quite sometimes. When you see him, he'll be polite and say hello. Yesterday I saw him and he was pumped.
Oh.
Yeah, he was really pumped. He was so happy to say hello and to be here. And it's just something you can see at a very early stage in a race, just where the rider's head's at.
Yeah, and when you see a rider that way, I think you can almost be confident that, yeah, this guy has come here this weekend and he's on a mission and he feels good about it. He knows that he's got the potential for it, and that is shown very well right now.
Yeah, and he must have done that fast lap on his own as well, because nobody's close to that.
I didn't see him with a big group earlier, so that's pretty amazing to do that.
Yeah. Those two Cardinals bikes have just come in. It's a bit they've been cruising around, done very similar lap times. 55 and 50 machines, both in the 37.6s.
But Pierpont, as you mentioned as well, just now did a 2:37 on the previous lap, so a decent time for Pierpont. He's second right now with 2:37.1 it was.
That's right. Pierpont is definitely a potential race winner here. I was impressed by his team. Let me get this the right way round. One for all.
One for all.
One for all teammate Uezu, which has way too many vowels for a Londoner to pronounce. But he was quite something at Buriram. He put himself on pole position. The team owner of that, of course, is the great Weiqi Wei, one of the greatest 125 GP riders ever. And he really loves this team and this project. He's been doing it for I don't know how many years now. But there's a guy to have in your corner.
Definitely, he's done a great job as well. For the likes of Yuzu, hope I pronounced that properly. He's collected 15 points in round one.
Maybe it's not so easy for you either, Daniel.
It is not. But yeah, he's done a great job in round one. He's collected 15 points, so that puts him in 8th in the championship and still a potential contender. He's only about 19 points away from the likes of Wahyu Aji. So still plenty for him to fight, and it's still very early in this championship. We have, including this round, 5 more rounds to go, and it's anyone's for the taking at this point.
Yeah, there's plenty of time, and just looking out for some of the other riders here. The Honda Vietnam riders, they're in the mid 140s at the moment, so they're not showing yet. And Uezu, who we were just talking about, is only is in the same place, 244. Sifik Rosley still up there. Nobody's challenged Wahyu Aji Trilaksana's time yet. We do have plenty of time to go in this session, and we have another free practice session which will be followed by qualifying this afternoon.
It really shows that Wahyu Aji's time is something really remarkable, because as you mentioned, no one's and at this point that's really the benchmark for everyone else for this whole weekend at this point.
Yeah, it's a long lap and those seconds can come off the lap times pretty quickly, but let's see what happens. And there's those two Team One for All riders together now. That's on the middle of your screen now. That's 14 Pierpont just leading Uezu. So let's see what they can do together if they're going to team up.
While all this was happening, Shao Shazras, the wild card for this weekend, has just put in a really great time, a 2:36.855, and that puts him right in second, only 1.4 seconds off Wahyu Aji's time. And yeah, that's a great effort for the wild card. That was his first lap out as well.
Yeah, well, that's of course a very famous name in Malaysian motorsport, and he's just put it back to the top of the sheets.
So now we're looking down the line. We're trying to look at the group of that Pierpont's in right now, with the two One for All teammates in this. Well, it was a group of 4, but it's a bit spread out as it is.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see whether the second times, but it looks like Pierpont's second times are decent. They do look to be an improving lap for him, but nothing to challenge YUIG's second times as it is.
That's right. I think the only team to go out and have done some effective collaboration so far was the two Cardinals riders.
Yeah, we saw throughout the session that we've been riding together non-stop. You always saw 5550, Ayman and Ahmad Afif both riding in tandem almost.
Yep. And Uezu's caught up here. Let's see what goes on with these two guys.
So Ayoi Uezu is on a pretty decent lap. His second times have improved and should be an improvement, and he improves just slightly. 242 for him. For Pierpont as well as a 235.849 for Pierpont. So very close to YUIG's time as it is.
Yeah. So we've got two in the 235s now. That is a long lap, as we were saying earlier.
2 minutes 35 seconds doesn't seem like a lot of time, but when you're on the bike, it does feel quite lengthy, especially down the straights. Compared to the 1000 cc's, the 1000 cc's and the 600s, the straight comes by within a blink of an eye, but on the underbones and the 250s, it feels quite lengthy.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the speed of the superbikes is something else again. I was amused yesterday when I asked Gary Salim about the step up to superbikes and what's the biggest challenge, and his eyes just widened like it's the speed, man. He's just so fast.
Shaza just posted another best lap for himself, a 236.596, and he's doing this as well by himself, no slipstream at all, and that's really impressive already in the morning.
And we are, of course, on the Grand Prix circuit here. How often do the Malaysian riders ride on the Grand Prix circuit here in the underbone class?
Previously, because they had to shift from street circuits to the proper, shall we say, proper circuits, they've raced, but it was a half track, so slightly different, but almost the same. I think it was about four times a year that we've had actual underbone races in Sepang. Other than that, we've had the Malaysian Superbike Championship, but only 3 runs of that every year, and that's always on the full length Sepang circuit. So plenty of experience for the Malaysian riders, definitely. And Shahjaz is really showing that, because he had a great performance as well last year, actually in the Malaysian Cup Prix, where he really put the fight towards the Yamahas, where the Hondas were struggling. So great show from him as well, especially now as a wild card, and we expect to see great things from him.
Yeah, you made another good point there, Daniel, which is the Yamaha versus Honda. We have 1 or 2 more here, I think, this time. But just looking quickly down here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 or 5 Hondas in this field, and everything else is Yamaha.
That's right. Yamaha seems to be the team's pick, but the Hondas have been starting to catch up. We saw locally was Azra Hakim Anwar, who racing the 600cc category, but locally he's been outperforming the Yamahas, but he was really pushing his Honda machinery to its limits, and it shows potential, but it is worrying for the Hondas because Yamaha is just dominating this category.
Yeah, and see, Raj Sharol, he's on a Honda, and we have somebody. Can't quite see who that is.
I couldn't catch the number there, but that's right at the last turn. So I'm wondering whether he fell or there was just a technical problem with the bike.
It looked like probably a technical problem, but let's see.
No, that was one of the SCK Honda Racing Team riders, one by Kiandra Ramadipa, with a 212 on the Honda RSX 150.
Okay, so maybe we shouldn't be talking about Honda's revival in this class, but we've seen it as well in Superbike. The latest Honda Superbike is really fast.
Oh yeah, it is a beast. I still remember talking to Azan Shah when the Honda debuted that bike in the Malaysian Superbike Championship, and Azan Shah said when the bike passed him, he said it felt like there was a huge truck just cutting through the air, and he said he couldn't believe the speed of the bike. And yeah, Honda has done some great work with their super bikes recently.
Yeah, we're used to BMW being really fast, but that Honda was faster, and I noticed in Buriram that on the long straights there, they were the Honda was about 5 kilometers an hour faster
Yeah.
than the BMW and everybody else, including Ducatis, which we also expect to be fast in a straight line.
Yeah, that's amazing thing. When we had the super bikes here in Sepang last year, we just witnessing the raw speed of the Honda down the straight, the way it just cut past the BMWs and the Yamahas. It was really interesting to see that there was that much of a difference, because all this while the kings of top speed has been the Ducatis and BMWs for the superbike categories. But this time Honda has just done amazing work, and Honda has always been known for great cornering with their chassis, and now that they have the top speed and the acceleration, it's almost a complete package.
Exactly, and their product development life cycle is very long at Honda. And the previous bike was around for years and years and years, and we got used to it being sweet handling but not that fast. But my goodness, with this new generation, they've come back well. And in the 600 class too, the Honda is
It's improved greatly.
really on level terms now with the Yamaha, which was the bike of choice for a few years.
Yeah, I still remember when Honda debuted at 600. At first I thought it looked almost the same. Didn't expect much of a difference, but they really did make sure that it can compete against the Yamahas. And that was something that's great to see, because the last thing we want to see is a manufacturer unable to keep up with this competition.
Exactly. And 250s also. It's the machine of choice. We heard a very candid comment from Ray Ratakuri, an Indonesian Yamaha rider, yesterday, who just described his bike as slow.
Very few words to describe it, but
Yeah. Hopefully there weren't too many Yamaha executives or team bosses listening to that.
I don't think they would be happy with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just 2 minutes left in this Underground 150 session for the practice one. And while we were chatting, Shahrul Shazra has improved to a 2:35.842. Puts him in second, so as it is, we have 3 riders all in the 2:minute 35 timing. The rest of the grid is around the 36, 37s, and that's more or less where the top 10 is at. So yeah, here we're looking now at Shahrul Shazra.
Yeah.
He's really putting in the work in. If for those who follow him on Instagram, they'll see how much he's really working. Every time he goes back after a race weekend, he's always doing his fitness, and he's really trying to prove that he belongs here, that he belongs as a contender in this championship. He struggled a couple of years back. He wasn't really in the mix in the other championships that he contested in, but now he's really showing his strides. Basically, it just shows that hard work really pays off.
Yeah, well, he's really on it here, and following around then is just that number. But yeah, there's a few riders out there that are trying to improve their positions, just to give a psychological boost at the end of the first session.
I can see that Amafazi Sham as well. He's on a pretty hot lap. He had the fastest first sector time of this entire session, and he's faster at sector 2 and sector 3, but we shall see whether that puts him within the 35 timings, which should be a great start for him in this weekend, which means that he knows that he's where he should be. Because, to be fair, the gap between the top 3 and the rest of the grid, more than a second down, it's a pretty significant difference.
Yeah, it is. Even on this long lap, it is. Those, yeah, that top 3. Let's see what if the order changes. No, he was pushing, but that wasn't a fast lap by his standard. There you go.
Right as a check.
Good call, Daniel.
Oh, and YUIG as well improves to 2:35.205. I think the pair of them were riding almost in the same group. So great improvements from YUIG and Amafazi Sham.
Yeah, and a good example of teammates. So Team 1XOX are going to be pretty pleased with that.
Definitely. So both of the 1xx TKKR riders in first and second, and Hafiza Rofa as well. I didn't notice that his name popped up as well into fifth. So 3 out of 5 for the 1xx TKKR racing team riders in the top 5.
Yeah, and is that 236.6? He was the last of the riders in the 236s. Gupta Kreshner came up a little later on in the session to finish on a 237. And FIM Ran finished significantly quicker than his teammate. And towed in.
It's nearly half a second gap between himself and Idemitsu. But what's interesting is Ahmad Fawzul Sham and John Emerson in Guito seem to not have been able to set a time. John Emerson did set a 2:46, but it is quite a distance from where we expect it to be. But Ahmad Fawzul Sham looks like potentially bike issues for him.
You would think so, yeah. And the fastest out of the 3 Filipino riders is 12th place. That's the number 43, April King Moscado. So that's a respectable start for him, but he's hoping for more, and the enthusiasm and even ferocious enthusiasm of the Philippine fans is going to be pushing him on. And of course, the last champion in this class was the Filipino.
That's right. But I would say the worrying thing for when I'm looking down at the timing screens right now, if this weekend throughout qualifying and the warm-ups and the race, if the timings are as it is with a group of riders in 35s, a group of riders in the mid to high 36 and low 37s, what is worrying is that the 5 riders at the front could potentially pull a gap and be in their own group, and the rest of the riders just scrapping it out for the rest of the points in the grid.
It could, and we've got the official results on screen there, and that confirms that Wayuaji Trilexana was indeed the leader, as he was for most of that session. Second, Ahmad Fazli Shan. Third, Siraz Sharol Yuzi, as we were just talking about him. Pirapong Louis Bungpeng finished in 4th place, also on a 235. Hafiza Rosa 236, and we're just coming on to 9th, Ayman Tarudin. 10th, Siafik Rosli. 11th place, Fazrul Sham and Izzat Baharuddin in 12th position. April King Moscado in 13th. 14th, Hendra I need to talk faster, Oyawezu in 17th. As we look down, John Emerson in Guito 24th for the Snipers, for S1M Snipers team, and just ahead of him Giancarlo Maurizio from the Philippines. Indonesian riders, Vietnamese riders, Nguyen and Tuan in 20th. So that's the first session done. We're going to take a short break now, but join us in around 10 minutes when we'll be back for the first session of the AP 250 class. Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit. This is the second round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We've just finished the first session of the day for the Underbone 150s when the championship leader Wayuaji Trilaksana put down a marker. Now we're back for the first session of the Asia Production 250 class as they begin to come out on the circuit now, as we will be all day. We are here, there's Barry and Daniel in the commentary booth.
Yeah, we're expecting a lot of fireworks in the AP 250 category. You know that the battles in this class has always been much like the Underbones, really down to the line. The slipstreams are really important. And in Sepang, though, we have seen that the Hondas have actually been very strong. And speaking of Hondas, one thing that we have noticed down in the paddocks has been that the 1XX TKR racing team have two CBR 250RRs on their grid right now, with the likes of Muzakir as well as Akin Aziz. They'll be using Hondas for this round. Previously in round 1 they've used the Yamaha R25s. Yeah, the Honda is the bike of choice in this class. The Kawasaki's are equally fast, but not so widely favoured. There are just two, of course, but they're a very distinguished two Kawasaki's. The defending champion, of course, Andy Mohamed Fadli, is on the Motul Sniper Manual Tech Racing Kawasaki, along with his teammate Aiki Iyoshi. Both very, very fast riders. Andy, of course, opened his account impressively well with a third place and a win in race 2 in Buriram. Aiki Iyoshi was a little disappointing, so he's got something to prove today, and has previously, I seem to recall, gone here very well. That's right, and Andy Mohamed Fadli and Reza Danica as well. Last round, great performances from the both of them. The pair of them collecting both 16 and 25 points, and they're neck and neck with 41 points in the championship. So
yeah,
plenty of them to fight out for.
I think that illustrates the point that there's very little to choose between them. Their results exactly mirrored each other's in Buriram. They're both really experienced in this class. They're both champions, so they are the people to watch.
Definitely, and plenty for the Indonesian fans as well to celebrate about, because the top 4 is completely locked up by the 4 Indonesian riders, with the likes of Andy Mohamed Fadli, Reza Danica, Rafid Topan and Rinaldo Ratukore.
Yep, all really strong. Traditionally we've seen a battle between Indonesia and Thailand in this class. There's not so many Thai representatives here, but again they're distinguished. Piawat Patumyos for Honda Racing Thailand. He's capable of winning. He took second place. He actually crossed the line first in Buriram in race 1, but was penalised for going off track, I think at turn 4. I don't know why that stuck in my memory, but it did. And he DNF'd in race 2, so he's one who could well be challenging Andy Fadli and Reza Danica RNs in this race.
Definitely, he is one of the riders that we really need to look out for. As you mentioned, he was always a contender in race 1. Unfortunate that he got penalized, but the rules are the rules, and if the sewer sees something, they will take action. But as we're looking down the back straight of Sepang, we see the two Hondas here. I believe that one of them is Piawat Patumyos, rider number 188.
And that's Reza Danica right behind him on that very distinctive 1-2-3 bike. What's always impressed me in this class is the preparation of the Indonesian Astra Hondas and the Thai Hondas. They are absolutely immaculate in the way that they're turned out, and in the preparation and the performance that they get. There's nothing to choose between them. They're both producing really good riders. This is, of course, part of the conveyor belt of elite young riders that come through from both Indonesia and Thailand. Honda performs a tremendous service in this. Just behind those two Hondas is Anggi Setiawan, an Indonesian rider on a Yamaha, as I think that was Pirouette took a little run off into the dirt. No harm done. He's still up, and it's very early in free practice 1. There will be 3 sessions in all today for the AP 250s.
As a reference for timing, we've seen Adi Muhammad Fadli do a 2:26 back in 2020, right before the season came to a premature end. So we can expect these times to drop down, and we might see even a fast time down into high 25s if the conditions are perfect and if the bike is in perfect condition as well. And as of now, we have Adi Muhammad Fadli with a 2:28, but already he's setting an even faster sector 1 time. So we expect these timings to drop down. Perhaps right now in practice, it's the time is 9:17 a.m. The temperatures are slowly rising, so I think we can expect a high 2:26 perhaps.
Yeah, often the fastest times I've noticed have been set in the second free practice session on these Fridays, because maybe in the afternoon it gets a little bit too hot.
Yeah, and Sepang especially is no stranger to the heat. Previously we've had issues with the tires getting a bit slippy towards the end of sessions or races because of how much heat is generated onto the tires, and it is a challenge for the riders to manage that.
Definitely. And that time of 2:28.5 for Andy Fadli, that was on probably his first flying lap. That's actually pretty impressive.
It is actually. It was his flying actually. Looking at, he's only completed that one lap, and he's going to come across the line anytime soon. And we expect this to be well within the 27s.
Yeah, and so we've got 2 Kawasaki's at the top. Aiki Iyoshi, of course, Andy Fadli's teammate, is in second, and Rei Ratakore, who was bemoaning the lack of speed in his Yamaha yesterday, is currently in third on a 2:29.7.
2:29.7, not a bad timing from Rei Ratakore, but still plenty to be found with. And as I was about to mention his name, Adi Muhammad Fadli, a 2:27.1. So that's a fantastic time already in his second fast lap. And he's already looking strong. As I mentioned previously, in Sepang, he's been a race winner. He's been strong, done a 2:26. And yeah, as I mentioned, I think he's definitely on course to do another 2:26 in this session.
Yeah, he looks very at home here. The way he was, again, looking at the pre-event rider body language, I would say Andy Fadli is supremely confident at the moment. He knows, in inverted commas, in his own mind, that he will win this championship this year. That's definitely not only in his plan but in his mind.
He definitely has a champion's mentality coming into every round.
He definitely does.
Already he's an improving lap in sector 1, and yeah, he is really the rider to beat in Sepang this round. But Aiki Yoshi as well, coming very close, not that close to his time, but he's doing a great job so far. 2:28.0. He's about 0.8 seconds behind his teammate. So the Kawasaki's really looking great already this weekend.
Yeah, interesting that that's the Indian rider Sentil. I almost said Sentul then, but Sentil, who's trying to learn something from the master.
I think that's a great reference point for Sentil right there.
For sure.
Pulling Adi Muhammad Fadli, that's a great choice.
It is, and it'll be good to see the India Honda team, the 2 riders there. They are really good riders. It would be good to see them step up towards consistent positions, perhaps in the top 10. They should be capable of it with everything going right within the team. There it is, Andy Fadli out on his own, about to complete another lap.
It is just coming down the long back straight of the Sepang International Circuit right before turn 15 here. Now this is going to be a real talking point all throughout the weekend for all the categories. We always see amazing last minute dives in at turn 15, and as we watch Adi Muhammad Fadli come across the line now, it looks like it might be another really fast lap time for him, and he takes it. Looks like there was a mistake in sector 3 and sector 4 for him.
Yeah, he lost 0.3 somewhere on his previous lap time, but it's early days and he's looking good, and he's clear of his teammate.
Kiyoshi as well on that lap, did a 2:27.9. So 2 riders now, both the teammates, both the Kawasaki's in the 2:27s, looking very strong already on Friday.
Yeah, and there are 2 Astra Hondas there, looking very businesslike. Hujun Firdaus and Adananta Putra. Adananta had a tumble, as I recall, in Buriram, and so we didn't see the best of what he's able to achieve in the results. So it'd be good to see how he goes too. You've got so much choice in this field, Daniel. It's really hard to pick the front runners, possibly with the exception of Andy Fadley and Reza Danica, who you kind of know are going to be there.
Yeah, they're almost the sure thing, shall we call it, in this AP250 category for Sepang. But comparing down to the other riders as well, is hard to call. The grid is just so tightly packed in regards to time, and it's anyone's race, but we can almost be certain, as you mentioned, Andy Fadley will be at the front group.
Yeah, but these two as well, 21 of the 46, Hojun and Adananta. They're really quick, just following them as one of the Yamahas. Fastest Yamaha is in 3rd place, that's Ray Ratakuri.
What the Astra Hondas are doing is something that I always say is a great tactic in a circuit like Sepang, which is to use your teammate to your advantage. Use each other's slipstream, try to pull each other. Let's say, like for example, if one teammate is doing a faster time, use him as a reference and help each other just tow down these 2 very long straights. And it really works well. Like for example, now they're down into the 2:29s, and it's a tactic that's been proven to work.
It has been proven to work, and nobody does. No other team does it quite as effectively as they do. And one thing that sticks in my mind, I think it was from 2018, the first time we went to Australia, was they locked out the front row.
That's right.
And they've locked out I think they locked out a podium in Australia as well.
It's a bit of a moment there, twice there for Ray Ratakuri. Down in turn 5 just now, I really thought he was about to lose the bike, because he just lost the rear there, and that's showing that he's really trying to push that Yamaha right now. Interestingly though, in the 1xx TKKR racing team for the AP250 category, he's the only rider still riding the Yamaha machinery. So it might be a personal choice from him perhaps, or well, it's honestly not phasing him by the looks of it, because he is the fastest out of his team as it is.
Yeah, he hasn't left anything in the garage, even for this first free practice session. And I'm pleased to see Angie Setiawan up there as well, at the close to the top. He's in 4th position. He's a rider who's we've known to be fast for a while. He hasn't put together the race or a season quite well yet, but a few years ago Andy Fadley was in a similar position where you could see his speed, and I think in 2018 he started to put races together, and then the following year he put a championship together.
Yeah, it just seems to be like that for riders at times. They just need perhaps a season or 2 to really find their footing before they get really consistent and are able to contest for the fighting positions. And by the looks of it, Angie Setiawan, he had a decent point collecting performance in round 1, collecting 17 points between both races. And with his pace in this practice session, if he can carry this forward into Sunday, he's going to be in a great position to really fight for the better positions in the championship.
Yeah, and Reza Danica's just jumped into that top 3 with the 2:28. I don't think he's really breaking a sweat yet, Reza Danica.
Perhaps he's just finding the right setup and just testing the waters as it is in the Sepang circuit. Because for a lot of the riders who, let's say the non-national, the non-local riders, the non-Malaysians, they haven't been into Sepang for nearly 2 years now. It's been almost, the last time we had it was in 2020 for the official test and the round 1. But it is a 2-year gap, and it is quite quite a long time for the riders to be away from a circuit.
And it's a big circuit with 15 turns.
15 really tricky turns.
Yeah, yeah.
You've got tight hairpins, long corners, off-camber corners, the uphill and the downhill corners, and it's an interesting mix. And speaking of interesting mix, we have this group of riders right here on screen. I saw Muzake there on this new CBR 250. He's currently in 8th with a 2:29.740, and this group of 4 riders now, they're following the Astra Honda riders. They're gonna be caught up in this group, but it could play to the benefit in regards to slipstream.
Yeah, see Firdas Hamdan in there as well, and the other Indian rider we haven't mentioned yet, Setu Rajiv, he was in that group too. So trying to get some speed from the other riders, the more established front runners, let's say. Akid Aziz, he's one to watch out for as he gets used to riding conventionally configured motorcycles. He had a steady start in round 1, and he's currently in 12th place, having done a 2:32, so plenty to come from him.
Yeah, Akid is definitely no stranger to the Sepang International Circuit. He's been a race winner in other championships here before. So a 2:32, not what we expect to see from him. That's definitely not going to be his best time of this weekend. If he finds the right setup, we can definitely expect him to be able to fight into the potentially the podium positions. But as it is, we're looking at Anggi Setiawan sitting in 5th. He just did a 2:28.641 in that lap. So a lot of the riders seem to have a decent race pace within the 2:28s, the mid 2:28s. And this shows that it's going to be a really close battle in this category.
Yeah, we've got 9 riders under the 2:30 benchmark. Surprisingly, Piawat is in 10th place on a 2:30. He's capable of much more than that. Just as we watch Adinata Putra there on the number 21 Astra Honda go through. He's got Setu Rajiv, the Indian rider, just behind him. And there is Akid Aziz.
See, Setu Rajiv is really trying to find a reference point. He's really trying to find, you know, the Honda Racing India team. They have to start showing their strides in this championship, and I think the riders are doing the right job, which is to look at the more experienced riders and see what they're doing right, and take that as a reference point. And actually, we're looking at Akid now, 2:31.955 from him, so an improved lap time.
I expect to see Akid improve throughout this season. We know what he's capable of. As you said, he's a former underbone champion, right?
Yeah.
We've got the 2 Kawasaki's there running in tandem, which is bode well for them for where they're going to finish in this session, whether they're going to maintain the 1 and 2, or whether Reza Danica or any of the other Astra Hondas have other plans. I think that's Sentil trying to get in with them then.
He's gonna watch the Kawasaki's really run past him now. He's definitely gonna try and pick up. He's gonna get great slipstream if he can stick with them down into the back straight. Now we're watching the 2 Kawasaki. Ooh, looks like Andy Fadley there. A bit of an error down on the braking point there at turn 9.
Yeah, well, free practice is a good time to do that. Missing from this session, I'm just noticing, Daniel, is Rafid Topan Suchipto. A very a major contender in this class, and also Cao Vietnam from Vietnam. He's almost an icon in Vietnamese racing now. He's a really talented rider, and as we've seen when he's done the Asia Talent Cup races, he's a podium contender whenever he's been there, and he very often gets amongst the leaders in this class. I spoke to him yesterday, asked him about the speed of his bike, and he was really happy with it. So I'm not sure why he's not on track now, but hopefully we'll see him and Rafid in the next session.
Yeah, it's strange because I feel like I saw Rafid Topan and Cao Vietnam come out earlier when the session started, but perhaps technical issues with the bike, and it's unfortunate because it is a 30-minute practice session, and to miss out on this is you do take a hit a bit, because you're unable to just find that extra setup that you may need for a race day.
Yeah, because by the time you come out for session 2, you need to know your way around and think, right, let's do this. You have a different head for the second session. You've done the orienteering in the first session, and you're ready to go.
And I just saw Aiki Yoshi there taking a good look behind, looking for Andy Fudley, and he just had no idea where he's gone. Yeah, I think he didn't see Andy Fudley really running nearly off the track, but
yeah, that is Rafid.
Yeah,
looking a little concerned. Yeah, in the pit. He had a terrific. He did well in Buriram, but he showed up very well in race 2. He was 4th in race 1. He actually beckoned me over in pit lane before, I think after race 1, and I said, how are you doing? He said, oh, it's pretty good. I said, what do you think for tomorrow? He said, podium. And he was really confident. You know the way that they say it sometimes, and you think, well, how can you know that when there's so many fast guys around? But he brought it home in 2nd place.
Sometimes the confidence seems to be the key.
Yeah, it is. That's why it's good to watch the body language, but unfortunately Rafid's is not so good at the moment because he's having to wait around while the mechanics work on his bike.
You can see them adjusting the brake disc there as well as this chain. So it looks like it just could have been something overlooked during the setup of the bike. But with just over 6 minutes left in this session, I don't really think he's going to be able to come out and do a lap unless he can really just run out on his bike right now. Here we're looking at Aldi Satya, 9th, currently with a 2:29.751. Comes across the line with 2:33, so it looks like it wasn't an improving lap from him, but not a terrible position for Aldi Satya.
Yeah, I think it's a very solid first practice session for Aldi Satya Mahendra, the 16-year-old Indonesian. Much fancied as one of the next great Indonesian riders to come through the system.
Yeah, and if I take away Andy Fudley for a moment there from his timing, if we exclude his timing between 2nd all the way down to 9th, the gap between the riders is within 1.4 seconds, 1.6 seconds. So we can expect that to be a large group of riders altogether. But as we know, in the 250 category, slipstream is important, and I don't think Andy Fudley is going to find it easy to pull away when it comes to race time. But as it is, it's just a practice session. There's still plenty more action to come, and we'll definitely see some riders contesting the times.
Yeah, and we're still with Aldi Satya, or we were just then, who's putting the work in now. And yeah, here comes Idlan Hakimi Radwan. He had a pretty respectable outing in Buriram too. Kept putting himself in the camera and in the putting in some really good times.
Idlan Hakimi is one of those riders that we can really expect to mature as this championship progresses, because he is a rider who in the Thailand Talent Cup, looks like he's got a issue with the throttle there as he came down turn 5. But yeah, as I was saying, Idlan, he's been a podium winner in the Thailand Talent Cup. He was always consistent throughout those championships, and he has really progressed. He's one of the young talents from Malaysia, and we can expect him to grow more and more with the Idemitsu Bunsu Honda team.
Yeah, we were just looking at the pits there. Aiki Yoshi looks as though that's his session done, while Piawat comes back out. We haven't seen the best of Piawat yet, that's for sure.
4 minutes left for his practice session, so I think
that's about one flying lap.
Flying lap, yeah. So it's going to have to be a really good lap for him if he wants to try and find something extra before they head into the rest of the practice sessions. Now just looking at the 1x2x TKKR team, looks like a bit of adjustments going on there. It looks like Andy Fudley also going to come up for that one flying lap. Both the Kawasaki still strong with the 227s between Andy Fudley and Aiki Yoshi.
Yeah, perhaps he just wants to make his presence felt a little bit more, as if that were needed, but there we go.
Man, the Kawasaki is looking really strong, and now we're looking once again at Piawat. So Piawat checking his lever by the looks of it there. Let's hope he can string together a really good lap, and well, looks like Andy Fadley's gone back in.
Okay. Yeah. There's no need.
There's no need, yeah.
Somebody's got to find 0.855 of a second to knock him off, and it doesn't look likely that that's going to happen, as we see Team Astra coming out for one last look around before we finish this session. Ray Ratakori is still in 4th place there, so that's a very decent showing from him among the faster Kawasaki's and Hondas. Angie Setiawan just behind his time. Like you said, Daniel, that the times are very close if you take out that almost 0.9 second, 9 of a second advantage that Andy's got at the top.
Yeah, just for reference, just check the lap records set by the AP250 riders. Back in 2020, we had Aiki Yoshi with a 225.6.
So that is a race lap record that he set.
And the qualifying lap record was set by Andy Fadley with a 226.647.
So already we can see that the pair of the teammates, they have the most to fight for in Sepang, and showing it already in practice 1.
Yeah, we come back to Aldi Satya.
Aldi Satya still in 9th position with a 229.751. Once again, as you mentioned, it's not too far from his group. He is well within that group of riders within the high 228s and the 229s. But looks like he's gone straight back to the pits. So that's the end of his session.
Yep, just 1 minute left as we come back to Piawat, who that's a good move by the producer to take a look, because if anything's going to change significantly, it'll probably be from this young Thai rider.
Comes down now, turn 5. Now, this is a crucial point for the EP250 categories, because you really need to carry a lot of speed coming down here, because it affects how you run down into 7 and 8. And now there's a great onboard shot as he exits turn 6 there, right before this really hard-braking spot into the double right-hander. And this is where we can always see a lot of mistakes happen, because the entry point is really fast and you have to carry the speed all the way through down into turn 9. And looking at his sector times, it doesn't look to be a great lap so far from Piawat, but he still has sector 3 and 4, and that could bump him up a few places if he stitches this together. Coming down now, the checker flag will come out in more or less 10 seconds, but we follow him through into turn 10. And now this downhill run. Piawat, of course, in the round 1, he had a strong race 1 and an unfortunate DNF in race 2, so he really needs to find something to make sure that he can keep his performances as we have seen. But the checker flag is out, and we will wait for Piawat to take the final turn 15. As it is looking at his sector time, it is not an improving lap for him so far. So a slight heartbreak for Piawat, but we still have many sessions for him to complete. We still have practice 2, we have qualifyings as well.
Yeah, plenty of time for Piawat to show what he's capable of. We haven't really seen it there. We have seen what Andy Mohammed Fadley is capable of doing, of taking that not only top place but psychological advantage of almost 0.9 of a second in that session, and a good showing from Aiki Iyoshi, the ever-present Razor Danica RNs, who of course is leading the championship jointly with Andy Fadley. And those 2 Indonesian Yamahas of Ray Ratakori and Angie Setiawan also pretty well placed, and Adananta just behind them. We'll look at the official results in a moment, but Rafid didn't make it out, and neither did Cao Vietnam.
But looks like we still have this group of 4 riders out on track. We have Ray Ratakori, Adananta Putra, Herjan Firdaus, Reza Danica as well. And it looks like we have some riders who had a great first sector, but sector 2 and 3 letting them down. So I don't expect this to be any improvements in regards to lap time for them. They come down the line now. Ray Raktori really trying to get as much slipstream as he can, but you can see that the Honda can just hold him off even with the slipstream.
Yeah, that's very canny riding by Ray Ratakuri. What was that? That was a 2:28.4 that lap.
So it was an improvement for him, but didn't really bump him up further than where he was.
No, but good performance from him to get amongst those three as we look at the results now. Andy Fadley, nobody touched him at the top. He was 0.855 clear. Aiki Iyoshi, his teammate, second. Reza Danica, third. Ray Ratakuri, Angie Setiawan, fourth and fifth. Adananta Putra, good showing from him in sixth. Seventh, Herjan Atna Firdaus, and Muzakia Mohammed, who we should see more of too, in eighth place. Aldi Satya Mahendra, who worked his socks off to the end there. Piawat we were talking about in 10th, and then 11th. Idlan Hakimi Radwan. Akid Aziz, the improving Akid Aziz, in 12th. Setu Rajiv 13th, 14th Sentil, his teammate, 15th Firdaus, and 16th Fitrian Sia. And that was all the runners in that session. And Rafid and Cal Vietnam unfortunately did not make it out. Let's hope they're in good shape by the time we come back. Next session is scheduled for midday for the AP 250s. And we're going to take another short break now. We'll be back in. We'll be back at 9:50 for the Supersport 600 free practice 1. Plenty to look at, plenty to talk about in that. So join us then.
Really great to be back on the bike, especially it's my new team and first time riding 1000 bike. Really fantastic, really powerful bike. I enjoy a lot.
Not first time.
Oh no, oh no, first time. Oh, sorry. So, no, first time in the championship. I mean, so yeah, hopefully everything is going good today.
Like the same, Tasha, I feel good to be back after 2 years. Of course, more rider coming, more rival, and new teammate, very strong. So, yeah, we see for the best.
เจ้าหลังจากหายไป2 ปีนะครับเราก็กลับมาอีกครั้งแล้วก็ตื่นเต้นนะครับเดี๋ยวเจอกันครับวันแข่งมาเต็มที่แน่นอนครับแล้วก็เพื่อนครับก็หลังจากหายไป2 ปีที่เพราะว่าโควิดนะครับก็พวกเรา2 คนก็ได้ทำการเตรียมตัวฝึกซ้อมอย่างจริงจังอย่างเพื่อว่าจะได้มีความพร้อมสำหรับ ARRC ครับก็ฟรีแพ็กที่ฟรีซีซั่น2 วันนี้ครับก็ทำให้เรา2 คนก็พยายามทำให้เวลาดีที่สุดเซตติ้งรถให้ดีที่สุดเพื่อว่าจะเข้าโปรแกรมการแข่งขันครับเพื่อเรา2 คนเชื่อว่ามีความพร้อมเต็มที่มาเนี่ยครับเราค่อยแชร์ข้อมูลกันครับก็ฝากเชียร์แล้วก็ให้กำลังใจพวกเรา2 คนด้วยนะครับในอาทิตย์ที่จะถึงนี้นะครับก็พวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับเพื่อคนไทยทุกคนครับพวกเรา Honda Racing Thailand ครับดูเต็มที่ครับ
Hi, I'm Ibrahim Mascardo. First of all, I thank God for the opportunity this ARRC back, and I think the only I can do is to focus and follow the lead back and more adjustment on the bike and also the suspension. But The first is focus.
We are too excited for this race. So me, this is my first time to compete in ARRC. So I'm a little bit excited because it also gives me a challenge to showcase my skills and to fight for my country.
So it's so exciting to be back at the ARRC after a 2 years gap, and we are so happy to be back at the paddock, and it's so beautiful to be back with our bikes. And about pre-season test, it was really great day, and we also improved a lot, and still we will improve. Thank you. So we are happy to be back at the bike. So hopefully we finish this race very good, and cheer for us. Thank you. Thank you.
Today test, we just feeling back. Maybe in Friday we will look to the group. So up to in Saturday and Sunday we can follow the top group again.
Yeah, for this pre-session, the official testing in ARRC, I happy because I can be back on the bike, and it's kind of happy to be on the different track. But also I feel bad for my friend, a lot of my friends that could not come to the track because of positive COVID. But I wish all of my friends stay safe and recovery fast. And I hope this weekend for the race session, I will get what I'm target for the race and get the podium for this round one.
Perasaan saya agak rasa seronok lah. Dapat belajar lagi dan lagi.
Bagi saya setelah 2 tahun ni, perasaan saya gembira sebab dapat kembali ke ARRC, dan saya pun first time bawa 150 pada tahun ini, dan saya cuba buat yang terbaik.
Dan saya juga akan cuba yang terbaik. Tugas.
After 3 years, I'm back here on the ARRC Road Race Championship. I'm so very happy because I'm the one who represent the Philippines. Because it's the opportunity to me, to all my co-riders in the Philippines to be in here, and I'm so very lucky to be in here, and I'm so very excited because my team is very good result in the practice.
After 2 years, we not race in ARRC Racing Championship. When I come here, I feel very happy because waiting so long to back ARRC here. So I am very happy for this event.
Yes, after a long while, we don't ride the bike, and of course we are happy here to come back with racing again in the ARRC Road Racing with the super sport bike, with the new Honda CBRC 100 RR, and we feel quite comfortable with the bike, and we just make some small setup to be more consistent, and we will see.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Dimas Juli Atmoko dari tim Aji Putra 969 LFN. Saya balap ARRC di kelas UB 150, dan kesan saya buat latihan ini selama 2 hari ini masih update dengan motor. Semoga nanti balapnya bisa stabil dan bisa tarung di depan.
Ya, perkenalkan, nama saya Robi Sagera dari tim Haji Putra 969 Racing Team. Perjalanan tadi pre-practice ada ada kendala dari motor. Ya, mungkin di FP2 nanti dimaksimalkan lagi.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Muhammad Jordan Badaru. Saya dari Haji Putra 969 Racing Team. Latihan pertama saya
meraba-raba sirkuit dulu karena baru pertama kali kesini dan improve terus.
And we're back at Sepang International Circuit. This is round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is the 3rd session of the day for the Supersport 600 machines. And we had a fantastic outing for this class in Buriram, Thailand, back at the end of March. And there is a lot to play for here. Helmi Asman, the local rider here, comes to defend a championship lead, no less, at his home circuit. And he will be pushed by several riders here. The times were really close at Buriram, which is a much shorter circuit. It'll be interesting to see how they pan out here, because they've got about an extra minute of riding to do around this track. But Andy Farid Izdiha, I would suggest, would be a good rider to watch out for here, as well as the home favourite Helmi Asman. Ibrahim Noruddin also had a good outing. He took 2 third places in Buriram and is very much at home here, of course, at Sepang International. Another rider who is, again, as soon as you start talking about these riders, Daniel, you realise the quality that's here is Nakarin Atirapuvapat, Chip Nakarin. He almost won both races.
Yeah, it was,
but he crashed at turn 12 in race 1, and he just got muscled out. Yeah,
it was unfortunate for him.
Yeah, so he almost won both races. Let's see what happens today. And Andy Farid had a crash in race 2, but managed to finish and pick up a few points. So this is going to be a fascinating round this weekend.
Already, that's Isam Iqmal.
Iqmal, yeah, okay.
On his first,
sure the tyres are nice and warm.
Really testing his brakes there, he was.
Paddles through the gravel there, yeah.
Yeah, great to see him back on the track now. Isam definitely a rider that we know is very aggressive on his bike, and showing a taste of his aggression right there.
Yeah, that's it. Well, at the start of these events, you were very pumped. You haven't been in race mode for a while, so that's it. But we're looking at Azroy Hakim Anwar, who looks like he's very much in the groove already on his outlap.
And this Supersport 600 category is really full of big names, shall I say. You have the likes of Helmi Asman, Andy Farid. We even have Galang Hendra. And also we have Khairul Idampawi, who of course is a Moto3 race winner. And this category is just full of potential champions. They are previously champions in their respective categories, and now we have them all in the Supersport 600 class, and it is just going to be a really exciting season going forward. And we really just can't expect what we're going to see.
Yeah, this is a fantastic class of racing. Azroy unfortunately didn't get to the grid in Buriram, so him getting into the groove early perhaps isn't surprising, because he really wants to get a move on. Now he's into round 2 with no points.
Yeah, he'll definitely have something to fight for, because missing out 2 races in round 1 is a huge dent in your championship hopes, but it is never over until it is over, so he still has plenty to fight for. Behind him there you can see the likes of Helmi Asman and Khairul Idampawi, the 3 Hondas all riding together. And Helmi, of course, he's been strong in Sepang previously, and he was really strong in round 1, as you mentioned. However, the one that we really need to look out for is Ibrahim Nordin, because in Sepang right now, he still holds the lap record of a 2 minute point 955.
Right. So we should see some good things from him. I was talking with Fami, the team manager, yesterday, and he sees great potential for Ibrahim here. Ibrahim, I thought, showed great self-awareness in yesterday's press conference, because he was talking about how he needs to control his aggression at the start of the race and in the early laps. And although Fami hadn't heard that, he more or less explained that to me, as Ibrahim had. So I think when you see self-awareness in a young rider with so much talent, that bodes very well for the future.
Definitely, he's one of the riders that I feel is very focused. And I still remember back in, I believe it was 2019, when we went to the Bend in Australia. He was a wildcard and he won the race there, and it was a fantastic performance by him coming into this category and winning the race as a wildcard.
Yeah, I first saw him at Sepang, and this is kind of strange, really. I came with a young Thai rider, just to kind of as a mentor with a Thai rider in 2017, I think it was, to Sepang for the KTM RC Cup. That was the first time I saw Ibrahim. We all knew about his brother by then.
Yeah, Adam Nordin.
But he showed really well. I can't remember his results, but I'm pretty sure he was a race winner during that weekend. He was impressive.
Just on your screens just now was Andy Farid, once again number 27, the Indonesian rider. He posted a 2.12085, and he looks to be on another fast lap. Karol Dampawi is on the 2 minutes 12. So currently only the pair of the riders there in that timing, but as we mentioned earlier, the lap record is a 2 minute point 09, so that is the benchmark, and we can definitely see these times dropping throughout the session. However, one thing to take note is that previously the Yamahas were strong here, as well as the Kawasaki's, but we don't have the Kawasaki's anymore in this category, and the Honda's already looking really like they are the top performers.
Yeah, they do. And this, I mean, just thinking about Helmi Asman for a moment, the championship leader. He did 2 seasons on the old Honda before getting the new one, and he seems to me like a kind of reborn rider. We always knew he was talented, and of course he did win an Underbone championship, which is no mean feat in the ARRC. But he, as well as being on a faster bike, looks like a more accomplished, self-assured rider. So I'm really pleased for him that he's at the top. I think it's good for this class to see another rider coming through at the front. And you were mentioning, of course, Paui. He's through to second. He had a little bit of a quiet outing in Buriram, so it'll be good to see more of him this time around.
Yeah, Paui seems to still be finding his steps in this championship. Of course, he's had quite a lengthy breakup from racing after the difficult few seasons he's had in the World Championship. But now he's back in the Asia Road Racing, and I think definitely towards the end of the season we'll see him getting stronger and stronger. And already in this session he's showing that he is able to be in that top spots. 2 minutes 11, that is not too far off what we expect as a race pace. We think that they'll be in the 2 minutes 10. So great showing already from Karol Dampawi.
Yeah, but just as you mentioned, 2:10. Daniel, there it is.
Yeah, from Andy Farid. Andy Farid already very strong. I think he did that on only his second lap. So definitely Andy Farid looking really good already on this Friday morning.
Yeah, we've got 2 very quick Hondas on the screen here of Irfan Ardiancia and Nakarina Tirapuvapat. I'm going to be lazy and call him Chip. But 2 really good riders. Chip, of course, the more experienced, having done a couple of seasons in Moto3 and acquitted himself well there. He looks very much at home in this Supersport 600 class, and what he's learned from racing at Grand Prix level is priceless, really.
Yeah, you can really see it in round 1 especially. He was really fighting for the win, and he's definitely one to look out for. I think he's a future talent, and he's really raising that Thai flag very well.
Yeah, and Irfan also showed how fast he was in Thailand. He picked up 2 4th places, and he's capable of, and he will think he deserves to be take the next step up at least onto the podium.
The thing that I'm really looking at is the improvements Honda has made throughout the years. We've seen that, as you mentioned, Helmi was on old machinery for 2 seasons, and to be able to make this improvement right now in the championship-wise, out of the top 6, 5 of them are Hondas. The only one coming close is Ibrahim on the Yamaha. And down the line, not to say that they were too far off from podium positions, but we had Galang Hendra, who we know, very strong rider, very fast young rider, and we know he will have the potential, but below him as well is another Yamaha, Kanata Jaiman, and the Honda is just looking superior almost in this category.
Yeah, before this new bike, Yamaha was the only thing you could ride with a realistic expectation of being competitive before. But this Honda is a really good machine. The 2018 champion, I noticed, Ratapong Willarot, is currently down in 7th place, having done a 2:13. So plenty to come from him. He also had a bit of a quiet or disappointing, let's say, outing in Buriram with one DNF.
Yeah, Ratapong is definitely a rider that we expect to see fighting at the front. A 2:13 could mean that perhaps a setup has not been done, and Hisami shook the head from me. Comes up from the pits just now. I think he went back in after that moment at turn 15 because he hasn't set a fast lap yet. But yeah, as I was saying, Ratapong, perhaps for a lot of the teams, which such as the Yamaha Thailand, for example, they need to find the right setup for Sepang. The temperature always plays a part as well within the tuning. We always mention that Sepang, when it heats up, the tuning can be completely at a risk, because if you set it for a certain temperature, knowing Sepang, it can change within 5 minutes, and the track temp can go down by a few degrees very rapidly, and it affects the bike and affects the way the riders are able to push their machines.
Yeah, and certainly we've seen with Yamaha, with the not so much the R6s, but with the R1s, they've struggled with overheating. They all run really big radiators now.
Yeah, the radiators are massive on those bikes. But that is the challenge for the riders, the teams, and the mechanics to figure out, and whether they can find the right formula is it all comes down to Reze at the end of it. But then we're just looking at Kondanai Kirt Kao, a 2:23 from him, so a lot to be found for the Thai rider as it is.
Yeah, so it's I think a new team to this championship, but they seem quite together, and they seem happy with their machinery, and they're enjoying themselves, and that's important, as we've got Ratapong Willer on our screen now, who looks like he means business. Let's see, where is he in his sector times? Oh, okay. So he's done a 27. Okay, so he's on for a good time at the moment.
Yeah, it's an improving lap for him. A good sector 1, good sector 2. Comes around sector 3 now. It goes into turn 10, into the 90-degree bend of turn 11. Now we're watching Ratapong here. Looks like this could be a 2:12 from him. Looking at the sector times, still quite a distance away from Andy Farid. Andy Farid's 2:10.8 just looks amazing in this session so far.
Yeah, I see both him and Paui, the top 2 at the moment, are not on track at the moment.
The only Yamaha close to the Hondas as it is Galang Hendra down in 7th. So Galang Hendra 2:13.05. Not close enough to contest Andy Farid. But here comes Ratapong as he comes across the line. It's a 2:13.041. So that bumps him up into 7th.
Yeah, and we were talking about Krichapur and talking about Kongnai Kun Kiao. improve. He's still got something to show. But let's have a look now at Izam Iqmal. Oh, and he's off onto the green again. Fortunately, the green tarmac, not the green grass.
Izam, this guy, you can see his riding style. He's one who's definitely not shy. If he finds an opportunity in races, he will always show the front wheel to the rider in front of him, and he's really one of those talents to look out for. He's had a debut race in the World Championship, a wildcard race it was. I believe it was in Valencia in 2018. And he's been a rider really to look out for. He switched into the 1xx TKKR team early this year. And it is an adjustment for himself. He was on the Hondas before and sliding the rear of Izam there.
He's really aggressive. He might need to pit and make a few adjustments to that, but the intention is clear.
He definitely wants to show that he is a talent to look out for, and here we're looking at him sliding the rear into turn 15, but there again,
that looks expensive for a private team.
Yeah, that's Condé Nast, isn't it?
Yep.
That bike is really smoking out. That's at turn 4, I believe it is. Yeah, so problems for the EST NJT racing team.
Yeah. You look again at Izam backing it into another turn.
Izam looks almost unsettled on his bike when he goes in on the braking, and that is worrying for him. He's got, it looks almost, of course we're just speculating, but it looks almost like a suspension setup that needs to be adjusted for him, because he's just weaving all over the place. The rear just doesn't want to stay in place.
Yeah, that's it. That might partly be his style, but there's too much movement there. They need to just tweak that a little bit.
Once again, he went on the red and white strip there at turn 4.
Yeah.
Here he comes to turn 5 and 6. No drama for him there. Sector time wise, yeah, you can see he lost some time there. I think that was at turn 4. Well, looks big disappointment for Condé Nast early on in this round 2. But good thing is they still have plenty of time to get the bike in working order. So he saw him again there on turn 8 onto the rumble strip there. But he's got Azra Hakimanwar in front of him now.
Yep. Or he's trying to change that, but yeah, that's right. But he's looking very aggressive, and I think this early showing and the intent that it reveals it bodes very well for an exciting race this weekend.
Yeah, I think if Izam can get his bike the way he wants it. But you see, you can already see now, Azar was in front of him. Ooh, Azar right now going off at 10:13. Yeah, just in those sectors, especially the Hondas look really fast, because Izam was just gapped by Azra already, and there again sliding from the rear of Izam's bike.
Yeah,
so
you can see the rubber he was putting down then, going through the turn.
He is a very aggressive rider, and that has been the style that has won him races, but the setup of the bike has to be intact with him, and there again, turn 15. It is spectacular to watch, but that is just shaving tenths off his lap time every time it happens.
Yeah, sure. That looked really slow through that corner.
Yeah.
And fun to watch, but not quick.
Not quick, yeah. 2:16 that was on that lap, so definitely something that needs to be done for his bike. Here we're looking at Ibrahim, the other Yamaha. And Ibrahim, he posted a 2:21. It looked like he was struggling throughout the session. He's only done 6 laps. But a fast sector 1 it is on this lap. And of course, the SIC racing team rider, he is the lap record holder at 2:09 was his record, with his brother posting the race record also at 2:09. And now we're following him down. It's another decent second sector, but it's not a fast one. So plenty to be fun for the SIC racing team, for the likes of Ibrahim.
Yeah, room for improvement, but they have the capability to improve as well. So let's look at who else is showing here. Azroy is he's in the pit, but he's currently second. The top 3 are in the pits currently.
Yeah, looks like the Hondas are very comfortable with the positions that they have, and with 10 minutes left, they'll either go out for one quick test again, see a different setup, see if they can find a few more tenths. If not, it's a job well done from the Hondas so far, and definitely practice 2 will be where they start pushing it further, trying to get it down into the lower 2-minute 10s. If I remember correctly, in the Malaysian Superbike Championship, Helmi and Azrai managed a 2-minute 10.3 and a 2-minute 10.4. So if I remember correctly, in perfect conditions, that's more or less where they should be at.
Yeah, although this is the first session, so that says a lot for Andy Farid's early lap. He hasn't done much, too much since then.
Could see we just talking about the Hondas and the Azrai. What I can understand from the sign language that he was showing was that it looked like the bike was sliding, in his opinion, sliding around. But yeah, there you can see. Of course, it's speculation once again, but it looked like he was talking about the bike weaving out of the corners.
Yeah, I think you can connect that to what we saw just now. Okay, so we're all in. Time to come out for another attack.
What I would really love to see is Izan Bikmal's body language when he comes into the pits.
Yeah, if there's one man that needs to come into the pits, it's him.
Yeah.
Because he could probably shave second. Oh, there we go.
He's gone in right. So, but not a terrible lap from Izam though. 2 minute 15 with that kind of those issues that we could see. So I think if they sort out the problems that he has on the braking, he'll be definitely well within top 10 fights.
Yeah, and here's Krichapon Kausonti. We haven't talked about him yet. We haven't seen much of him. His best time so far is just under a 2:14, but another very quick rider. He often qualifies very well, Krichapon. So it'll be good to see him A, do that, and B, convert that into a good race result.
Yeah, Krichapon points so far at 2 minute 13.9. So not a disastrous lap time, and it looks like he definitely will be looking to improve on that. Got a chat on the brakes from there.
There you go. What does this body language mean, Daniel?
Trying to look. It looks like he's saying that the front is chattering, going wide, but I mean, it looks almost self-explanatory, but yeah, I couldn't figure out what that was. But yeah.
Front end chatter.
Yeah, I mean, it is. That is one of the. So the front wheel just changed direction momentarily there. That's one of the crucial things about turn 12 to 14. The flip of the body can always raise the front of the bike ever so little that it can almost unsettle the bike, because it is a point of the circuit where you're really trying to get as much gas on as you can. And I can see the 200 riders, Haruki Naguchi and Helmi Azman, jumping on. 7 minutes left, so perhaps they're trying a new setup, and we can see how that fares for them. Time for picture point 2 minute 14.487, so
it's a decent improvement, but not really in the ballpark yet.
Still plenty to be found for the Honda Racing Thailand team. But now we have the Bunsu Honda Racing team riders coming out, likes of Helmi Azman and Kari Idam Pawi. Down the line now, that's turn 3, the long downhill right hand, a very intimidating corner, I would say, because it is a very fast bend, and the angle that it comes down is really aggressive. So a lot of skill is needed to hold the bike on the power all the way down. And here's Galang Hendra. He did a 2 minute 12.938, so a decent lap time from the Indonesian rider, number 55.
He's got time for maybe another 2 flying laps before this session's done. Let's just take a look here. So yeah, so it's the man at the top of the table there, Andy Farid Izdiha, out again. Let's see if he can improve. What's a very good free practice one time, that's 2:10.8.
Yeah, we shall see whether he can improve on that lap time. And
as you were saying, just as he shifted, then the front came up on that Honda.
Yeah, it's up above the 600 cc's and the 1000 cc's, to be able to control the power with all the downhill turns that we have in Sepang. It's really a skill for the riders to gain, and especially for some riders who perhaps have never ridden Sepang before, it is a challenge. But of course, with all the experienced riders we have in the Super Sport 600 category, they are very well on song with their machine.
Again, we're looking at a man with international race experience here with Andy Farid. Andy Gilang. I'm sure there are a lot of Indonesian people watching this live stream, so let's give him his honorary Indonesian name.
Andy Farid, definitely one of the riders, definitely one of the best riders out of the Asian Championship, and he is one to look out for. He, once again, as we mentioned, his time in practice has been really superb. 0.4 seconds faster than Azroy, and we definitely see him as a championship contender. He is third still in the championship, not too far away from Helmi Asman's 45 points. Andy Farid sits at 29 points. So a strong showing at Sepang will really be a big boost for him.
Yeah, really he threw away race 2 in Buriram. It was, I don't really hesitate to say, an uncharacteristic mistake. It was a surprising mistake, I think, from him. What happened after that was surprising, because Helmi was able to capitalise on that and run away to win by 3 seconds or something.
Yeah, and Andy Farid is a rider that we know rarely makes those kind of errors, but it was unfortunate, and he's definitely looking to collect that back. Now we're looking just 4 minutes left. We're looking at Kari Dampawi. Ooh, really aggressive going into turn 7 there. Kari Dampawi definitely no stranger to Sepang International Circuit, and him, the struggle he's had with his injury in the World Championship and his improvement and his comeback now into the Asian Championship, it is quite a remarkable story, and it is great to see him back fighting with some of the top riders in Asia and some of the best in the world especially. And we hope to see big things from him, and now we're looking at both him and his teammate Muhammad Helmi Asman as well in front of him. The 2 Bunshu Honda Racing Team riders. I think Azroy is still in the pits. Oh, he's just come out now. So it looks like Azroy will get just 1 flying lap.
One more lap for him.
Now looking down the back straight of the Sepang International Circuit. By the looks of it, Kari Dampawi not on an improving lap. Or something that snuck past is Ibrahim Nordin improved into 4th earlier with a 2-minute 12.216. He just did, apologies, yeah, and it's another fast first sector from Ibrahim. So Ibrahim starting to look back to what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, well, that's good to see. Helmi Asman, the championship leader, a little bit of a quiet session by his standards, but let's see how his sector time is looking. Keep an eye out for those.
Yeah, Helmi on
pushing at the moment.
Yeah, he's really trying to get a few extra tenths he needs. He's just 0.2 seconds away from a 2-minute 11. And let's just see position change though.
Decent sector 1.
Oh yeah, Helmi did a 2-minute 11.5, so improved on that lap was Helmi. Right where he wants to be, right along his teammate Kari Dampawi, 2-minute 11.26, and Azra Hakim Anwar, 2-minute 11.25. I'm looking at trying to see Ibrahim's time, because he's on he's fast through sector 2 and sector 3, so this could put him somewhere around the top 3 times.
And the perfect time to do it in the session.
And Galang Hendra as well improves now to 2-minute 12.
Oh, that is
Irfan Ardian Shad, I believe that is.
Yeah, that's Irfan.
Is that at turn 15? Must have been it's either down on the brakes or at the exit. It is a very tricky turn to negotiate. It looks like he's fine, and it's good to see him walking away from that.
Yeah, he limped in the first couple of paces, but he's walked it off now, as they say in football.
Yeah, we're looking down at, I think that's Kritchaporn. Right behind him is Helmi, so the Honda's all more or less bunched up together, but not feeding off each other's slipstream or anything. And we see Nakarin, 2-minute 12.8 is Nakarin's fastest time. And behind him is Azra Hakim Anwar. So this is Azra Hakim's flying lap, the only flying lap he'll get in this session since he came out again. And I'm trying to see, it looks like Ibrahim did come across us now in the 2-minute 11.826. So good time from Ibrahim Nordin. That puts him in 5th and well within where the front runners are at. So
Yeah.
it's a top 5 now, gap between just 1 second.
I think Nakarin would like to improve too. But that's decent from Azra. And Helmi's just moved up into second place with the 2:11.1. 2:11.2 basically.
Yeah, Nakarin is on a decent lap though. Good sector 2 from him. So if he can stitch up sector 3 and 4, this should push him either into the low 2-minute 12s or into the high 2-minute 11s. So Honda's, the other Honda riders in front of him have improved their times quite significantly. But the checkered flag is out, and we'll watch these riders complete their laps. That's Azroy.
Azroy's quicker, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's really fast through those sectors. Fastest sector 3 that was of this session from Azroy. So even though he just got 1 flying lap, he is really trying to make this count.
Yeah, Nakarin was holding him up.
Yeah, I feel like it slowed him down there at turn 14. He's trying to get it inside of Nakarin, so this is... So it almost looks like a race as it is.
Yeah, it does, because Nakarin was looking for the switch back inside, but there was no room.
They come across now. Let's see if there's any improvements. Azroy at 2-minute 11.0 from him. So I feel like if Nakarin, if he wasn't held up by Nakarin, that could have easily been a 2-minute 10.
That could have been a couple of tenths, yeah.
But even for Nakarin, that was a good improvement as well. 2-minute 12.546. I think that's a 0.3 second improvement.
Yeah, that's a very decent session. Andy Farid finishes at the top, and he started at the top. That was his first or second flying lap in which he recorded that 2:10.8. Unfortunately, at the bottom of the timesheet there, Condonai Kurtkiao finished on 2:23 after blowing his engine to take him out. So I hope they have some spares in the van, the Thai team.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Condonai in that turn 4. But as it is, these are the results for the Super Sport 600. Andy Farid from the start of the session till the end, a 2-minute 10.805. That's the fastest lap of the session. Under him is Azra Hakim Anwar, followed by Helmi Azwan, Karol Inampawi, the 3 teammates from the Bunsu Honda racing team. Then we have Muhammad Ibrahim Noureddin for the SIC racing team, the previous lap record holder, but struggling through the session. Nakarin on the last lap did a 2-minute 12.546. Galanghandra, Irfan Arjan Shah completing 7th and 8th, both as well in the 2 minutes 12. 9th we have Ratapong Willerod. 10th is Krichaporn. 11th Muhammad Fairozi. 12th Izam Ikmal, which you saw very unsettled. And in 13th is Condonai with the blown engine. Very unfortunate for him and the EEST NGT racing team.
Yeah, and fastest Yamaha was Ibrahim in this Honda versus Yamaha battle. That was a convincing victory for Honda. So we'll take another short break, and we'll be back with the thunder of the ASB 1000 class in about 10 minutes from now. So join us again then.
For me, this is the first time for ARRC. I'm happy to join this championship. I feel now this is a little bit struggle with something, so we have a gap to top right. But for me, we are coming better. We have a qualifying tire, and also when we put the qualifying tire, I feel not so bad. So I will try to make a fast track, top guide, and make some good race. Thank you very much. For me, this is the first time for ARRC. I'm happy to join this championship. I feel now this is a little bit struggle with something, so we have a gap to top guide. But for me, we are coming better. We have a qualifying tire, and also when we put a qualifying tire, I feel not so bad. So I will try to make a fast track, top guide, and make some good race. Thank you very much. For me, this is the first time for ARRC. I'm happy to join this championship. I feel now this is a little bit struggle with something, so we have a gap to top prize. But for me, we are coming better. We have a qualifying tire, and also when we put the qualifying tire, I feel not so bad. So I will try to make a fast track, top prize, and make some good race. Thank you very much.
And welcome back to Sepang. This is day one of round two of the 2022 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is the fourth session of the day, and the sound of thunder you can hear is the sound of the ASB 1000s, the Asia Superbike class. The bikes are already out on track. This is going to be a fascinating session. The first round at Buriram was full of surprises and drama, and a lot of the drama came from the man you can see in the middle of your screen there, who is Anupab Samoon, the Yamaha Thailand rider. He's fast, he's aggressive, and he's effective, and he did a very good job with 2 podiums in Buriram, which second and a third, which put him into third place in the early championship standings, just behind his teammate, who is now on our screen, Apiwat Wongtananon. He had a fourth place and a win, a dramatic win, when he muscled out Zakwan Zaidi at the end of race 2. So these are 2 very strong contenders. Apiwat in particular has a lot of experience here at Sepang and really fancies his chances. So let's see how things pan out. So they are out, they're running together and looking like they mean business.
Yeah, Apiwat and Anupab very strong out of round 1, and once again, as you mentioned, the team tactics are at play by the looks of it for the Yamaha Thailand racing team. Both the riders and teammates coming through in this free practice one. So far we don't have any flying laps. The session did just start, but we do have 35 minutes left. And looking down, we're looking at Timothy Joseph Alberto, the Access Plus Racing Ducati team.
Yeah, good to see him back. He crashed at turn 3 at Buriram and broke his collarbone, which is not such a serious injury. He's had several weeks to repair from that, so it's good to see him back on track. We've seen him here before at Sepang on the Ducati, of course, in 2019. That sounds like a long time ago. And that's Gary Salim there on the 31 machine. He's a newcomer to this class, not a newcomer by any means to this championship, having previously been an AP 250 champion and race winner in Super Sport 600. But he's finding his way well. Just let's jump to the man on the screen now, Haruki Naguchi, who brought some real firepower into this championship in round 1. He came seemingly from nowhere, the 21-year-old Japanese. He is the Super Sport or Super Stock champion from the All Japan series, and nobody told him it was difficult to race against the top runners in ARRC, and he really got amongst it, looking like a potential race winner. He led most of race 1, actually.
Yeah, Haruki Naguchi was outstanding in race 1. At one point I thought he could potentially run away with it, and but that wasn't as the story was written. But yeah, Haruki definitely looking to show what he can do in this ASB 1000 category.
Yeah, he's come in like a breath of fresh air, I think, into this championship because of his age and another very good Japanese rider into this championship. That's Adam Noureddin. Yeah. Adam Noureddin, things didn't go quite to plan in round 1 for Adam. He had an engine blow up, which slowed him down somewhat. So that was an engine blow up in practice. came through. He had a couple of top 10 finishes. So plenty more to see from him.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate though for both the BMWs. They seem to almost be left behind in the development of all the other manufacturers, and yeah, we really hope that with the break that we've had, that they've managed to sort out the issues that they've had with the bikes and really come back stronger as we were used to seeing.
Yeah, Aslan Shah was so quiet in round one. We just thought, oh, he's just knowing his style, he conserves his energy to when it matters. We were always expecting something to happen at the end of a session, and it just didn't. In the pre-season testing, practice qualifying, and the race, they just didn't have what they needed for that round. Hopefully they have it now, because he is, of course, the defending 2019 champion. Strange though that sounds.
I still remember when the 2021 season didn't happen, he was celebrating because he was saying, "I am the reigning champion for 2 years in a row."
Yeah, that's right. He would find that angle, I think. And there's the championship leader there. A blast past
Daniel Heikel did a wild card. That just shows exactly what I mentioned earlier of how the Honda just goes down the straights way faster than almost any other bike, and it's an amazing improvement.
Yeah, it did have a 5 kilometers per hour advantage on the fast sections at Buriram. They were hitting 300. Closest after that was even from the Ducatis. We're not getting close to that.
It's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out as well in the race later on, because with 2 long straights in Sepang, that could be a difference maker.
Sure could, yeah. So we'll be looking closely at both these BMWs, as we know these 2 riders. One old hand in this championship, and one very much of the rising generation. Adam Noureddin on your screen now. We know they are capable of much more than we've seen so far this season.
Yeah, Adam and Aslan both are. Well, Aslan, nothing to take away from him, because he is a champion rider. He was a champion in the Supersport 600. He's a champion. He's the first champion in the ASB 1000 category, and we all know what he's capable of. We've seen him in the World Championship as well. Strong performances. Came back into the Asia Road Racing Championship, strong as well. But a lot to be desired for after run 1. So right now, as it seems, 2-minute 11.3, quite a few seconds off what we're used to seeing. But both the BMWs looking so somewhat better than the last run.
Yeah, let's hope that continues. I'm watching Aslan early in round 1 in free practice. I thought that Aslan initially was just experimenting, because he was getting his braking lane running off and this kind of thing, and I just thought he was playing with the bike to find the limits, but I think the reality was they were missing a few things. And now we're looking at another newcomer to this category, Pasawit Titiwararak. We've seen him as a quick Supersport 600 rider before. He's taking to the 1000s very well. Had a very respectable outing, I think, with 2 5th places in Buriram. So a good start to him. He does have the support, the official support of Honda's Thailand team, although it has a different main sponsor, Astemo. As you can see, prominently displayed there on the bike.
Just taking note of the tires that most of the riders are running. It seems that almost the entire grid has been running the soft tires. You can see the purple stickers, shall we call it, on the right side, the paint. So the pink color, that's the soft tires. Then as you can see on Pasawit's bike, the rear tire without any color is the mediums. But I saw some riders like Adam Noureddin, who was running the hard rear options. And yeah, it seems like almost the entire grid has been running the soft front. So terms of tire choice, I don't think there's going to be too many differentiating factors there.
Yeah, this is of course a new tyre from Dunlop for this series. The front goes to mediums, it looks like.
Just I was saying about most of the grid using the softs for the front. Apiwat has softs on this rear, so perhaps that's a tactical choice. Maybe he's just trying to see how long he can make that soft rear last, whether it's going to be a good option for the race or not.
Yeah, Apiwat running around there with Adam Noureddin. But this front tyre is giving more stability under braking. It's better under trail braking, the riders say. So it's gone well.
Yeah, as all of this happened, Azan Shah on screen did a 2-minute .09.782, puts him in second. So a lot better looking from the BMWs. Of course, Zakwan still the fastest with a 2-minute .09215, but much better from 1xx BMW TKKR racing team.
Yep, that's it. And having done that, Aslan's come into the pit. Zakwan's still on track with half-second advantage at the moment in this first practice session. It is a longer session though. We still have more than 26 minutes left.
Plenty of time for the riders to come back in and make adjustments. But Anipap Sarmun as well, very strong time from him. A 2-minute .09.919. So that puts him right within the contention of Zakwan and Azlan. But on the lap that Zakwan had before this, I was watching his sector times. He was really fast all the way until sector 3. Then in sector 4, it looks like he just lost a few tenths and could not improve on that. And it looked like it was a 2-minute .9359. So it could have easily been a 2-minute .08. If I do remember, in the previous race that he had last year, wasn't Asia Racing Championship, was a Malaysia Superbike Championship, I believe. He did a 2-minute .7, a high 2-minute .7. Right. So Zakwan is really strong in Sepang with his bike.
Yeah, this is the first outing for the Asia Dream Honda. So that was a slightly different bike. I was talking to him about it yesterday, and he said this is the first outing for this particular machine, this team. But I'm sure it won't be a problem.
Knowing the quality of Zakwan's riding, I think he'll have no issue adapting to his bike and conveying the information to his team and his mechanics.
That's right. And talking again about off-track body language, Zakwan looks relaxed, confident.
Oh, yeah. Every time that I've seen him off the track, he's always been very cheerful, very calm almost. You know, he doesn't seem worried about anything.
Yeah, that's right. He's in a very good frame of mind. In a rather different way, so is the man who's just followed him into pit lane, Apiwat. He's full of vinegar, let's say. But for him, he's in the right frame of mind. He's happy enough to be polite, but you can see there's some real intent behind the eyes there. So he's going to be a threat for sure all the way through this weekend.
Yeah, looking at the order, Gary Salim is still on track here at turn 4. He's running in 6th with a 2-minute .12.292. That was a decent lap from Gary Salim, but compared to the top 5 right now, he has about 2.5 seconds between himself and Adam Noureddin. But Haruki Naguchi on that lap as well did a 2-minute .12.285. So Haruki Naguchi getting accustomed with this bike in Sepang. But concerning for the rest of the riders, Yuki Ito, Kasuma Daniel, Timothy Joseph and Titipong Warakon have not set a lap time yet.
Yeah, there's a concern there about Titipong that he hasn't been on track yet. Because you know, there are questions to be answered by the team. They need to get that bike on track, they need to get the laps in, and they need to show what the bikes are capable of. They went well. Was it last time this race was at Sepang, or the time before, 2019?
Yeah, I still remember 2019, the Ducatis were exceptional. They were fighting for podium positions. I believe it was Federico Sandi at that time who kept fighting for the top 3 spots, and it was absolutely amazing to see the way he was riding. It looked like Ducati was really a bike that could contest for the top positions, and yeah, we really hope to see the Access Plus racing team solve their issues and really come back in strong, because we know Titipong especially, he's a real rider that can really contest for the wins.
Oh, sure. In 2018 or 2019? I can't remember. But he had a terrible crash at Buriram as a wildcard in World Superbike and broke his back. And he started that season with 2 second places at in Malaysia, and then broke his back. Missed most of the rest of the season, but he showed then what he's capable of, if proof were needed. I think he's won pretty much every Thai championship that's been won since then. But he needs to be, he's 30 years old now, very much at the peak of his career, so he needs to be on track and putting in those laps as we've seen him do on that Ducati at Buriram. But again, they were found wanting for a bit of organisation and also in the race.
Definitely. Now Gary Salim as well has come back in, trying to convey the message to his mechanics that perhaps to find another setup. And looks like Adam Nordin is still out on track. Let's try to see. Looks like he's got the medium for front and rear. I think previously he was running the softs for his front. But here comes out Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan Zaidi, of course, fastest in his session at 2:09.215. And now Adam Nordin has improved into 4th. I believe that's a time of 2:10.6 from Adam Nordin. So the medium seems seemingly working for Adam.
Yeah, that's working. They have the 2 BMWs in the top 5 is good.
Now we're finally seeing Timothy Joseph on the Access Plus Ducati bike.
See if we can see in the background the other Ducati, but can't see it.
Unfortunate. Was really looking forward to seeing Titipong come strong into Sepang after nothing less than a disappointing round 1 for him and the team.
Yeah, he expects a lot of himself, and he's good for this championship. He's got a huge following in Thailand.
He's almost a national hero in Thailand. Is Titipong. Saw there momentarily the wild card for this round. It's Daniel Haikal. He was a wildcard as well, I believe, in 2019, near to the end of the season. The only Victor Racing team rider out for the ASB 1000 category.
Yeah, but shout to Victor Racing. Walked up and down pit lane and saw they were here yesterday. That was a very pleasing sight. Been around this championship for a lot of years, and they're a great addition. Haruki comes in. Plenty of time left, almost 20 minutes left before the end of this session, and he's currently in 6th place, 2 seconds short of Zakwan.
That's interesting. I just saw Haruki Naguchi's tires there. He's running a hard front and a soft rear. Not too many riders have run that in this category over here, but that's what he's bringing to this championship. As you mentioned, a breath of fresh air, something different. So I would like to see whether that could be the completely different choice, the completely opposite choice from the norm, and it might work for him. It might work in his favor.
Yeah, I don't know too much about the rest of his team there, but it looks like a mix of some very senior people and very experienced guys, and as well as the younger ones, and of course the very young rider. What do you say, Daniel? If they're trying things that are different, let them do it and see what happens. Because he might drop another bomb.
Yeah. Now here's Zakwan Zaidi on the Honda Asia Dream Racing CBR 1000 Triple R.
Oh yeah, it's got 3 Rs now.
3 Rs, yeah. comes Zakwan there. Great shot of him coming down turn 3 to turn 4. Zakwan looking always very composed. He always looks one with his bike. He never looks out of place. He's very, very well experienced rider.
Yeah, he is. His style is always good to watch. He always
Come down to turn 7 and 8. And as much as he's just so composed on the bike, and to see him, he's really fast through sector 2. That's 29.0. That's nearly a 28-second timing for the sector 2. So this should be a really fast lap coming from Zakwan Zaidi. You can expect a 2:08 for him. In front of him there, looks like that's I'm not gonna catch that, it's a bit blurry, but here comes Zakwan now into turn 12, 13, 14. A crucial sector for him to put the throttle down. It's a decent sector 3 from him, not the fastest of the session. Fastest was by Apiwada, it's 39.96. Here comes Zakwan Zaidi down the back straight of the Sepang International Circuit. Rider number 21, Target 21 as he's known for his nickname.
Target 21.
Yeah.
That's a good nickname.
It is, it's really different. Here comes Zakwan, and it looks like it's going to be a good lap from him. It's a 2:08.640.
Yeah, so best so far.
Yeah, so nearly half a second faster than his previous lap time. And Zakwan looking really on song. Here we're looking at Adam Norden. He's finally come in. A 2:10.0 is what he could achieve so far. So a decent time from the BMW rider.
He's taking a break now, but that's a pretty decent start. He needs to refresh himself and get back out. Let's see what they're going to come up with. You can see some body language. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
That's it now. You've raised the expectations now, Daniel.
Yeah. Can't really understand what he's trying to say there, because
now we've got the crew chief body language.
Yeah.
So that's something else we've got to get on top of.
Yeah. But yeah, you can see that the team boss and I believe that's one of the Alpha Racing mechanics trying to figure out what Adam needs to find that extra few tenths, because he's honestly not too far off. He's doing a 2:10.0. He's just about 0.3 seconds off Azan Shah's time. And I think we're finally going to see the BMWs back to where they should be, which is fighting at the top.
That's right. Anupad has spent quite a bit of time in the pits here. He's got 7 laps done.
This is
Same as Akiwan.
So sorry to interrupt, but this is a fast lap coming from Zakwan. He is really running it down, and behind him is Azan Shah trying to keep up with him. And Azan Shah is also on an improving lap, but Zakwan looks like he might just break 2:07. So 2:07 could be on the cards for Zakwan. And into turn 14 now, we have both the Malaysian riders, very experienced riders now, coming down the line, and let's see the gap that he builds. And Zakwan on the gas straight away, pulling away from Azan Shah, and it's a 2:08.0.
Wow. Yeah, that's it. Aslan. Okay, so Zakwan's taking a breather.
Here's Ahmad Daniel Haikal, the wildcard rider, at 2:15.483. Now, Ahmad Daniel Haikal, I used to race with him actually in the championship before, and I know that he's well capable of faster time. Perhaps he's because usually he rides a BMW S1000, so maybe he's still trying to find his ways with the Yamaha R1. He has done a 2:09 before on the BMW, so perhaps still a lot of setup to be found for Ahmad Daniel Haikal.
Yeah, and just looking at the people who haven't shown yet. We talked about Titi Pong, but Kazma Daniel and Yuki Ito have yet to turn a wheel. That's also a little odd.
It is. Yuki Ito and Kazma, we know that they are two very strong riders. And it's weird, both the Yamaha Gem Blue team riders are not out on track. Can't really, you know, it's been a 45-minute session. They've got 12 minutes left. Not sure if they're gonna make it up for the.
Yuki was not on song, you have to say, in round one, and of course it'd be good to see someone of the talent of Kazma Daniel on track in his home race. So let's hope whatever's holding them back is fixed fast.
Just looking at Timothy Joseph's bike there, looks like there's quite a bit of chatter coming from his front and rear, 3 turns 7 and 8, but he's doing a decent job so far. 2 minute 13.9, and he's on a improving lap as well, fast through sector 1 and 2. So let's hope to see at least one of the Ducatis challenging for the top 10. But yeah, it's still no TT Pong out on track.
Yeah, just as you kind of mentioned, the front of that does look a little bit unstable.
See, as he comes into turn 14. Drama so far here, but on the exit a bit of a wobble. Nothing too serious for him so far. But yeah, in the other turns you could just see it looked a bit odd. But as we look at the front of the grid right now, Azan Shah on a very hot lap. Ooh, looks like yeah, he's pulling out this one. He was fastest through sector 1, so that's unfortunate for him.
Yeah.
Just looking down at his bike, I think maybe perhaps a slight issue for him. Oh, but Zakwan is on an even faster lap now. Sector 2 fastest again. So this could be the 2 minute point 07 for Zakwan. As it looks like he's continuing.
And the two Thai Yamahas have been in the pits for a long time now.
Yeah, looks like
Think about getting out. This is 10 minutes left on the clock. I saw Haruki Naguchi rejoin just now, so let's have a look at his tyres next time we get a shot of him.
Yeah, trying to see whether he's sticking with the same setup or perhaps trying to soft front for a change. But
oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Happy one.
Happy one coming out. We'd like to see Anupab as well come out again, because he was doing a really good timing earlier at 2 minute 9.919. So I think he definitely can drop down into the 2 minute 8s.
Yeah, they're definitely both capable of that. And they have contrasting styles, so it's good to watch them when they're together. You see some real, just kind of pure, quite tidy speed from Apiwat, and you see Anupab going equally as fast, but wringing the bike's neck.
Just as that happened, Zakwan's ID in 2 minutes 7.9. I just heard his bike passing behind us, and yeah, that's when I noticed that it was a 2 minute 7 from him. And the first 2 minute 7 of this weekend so far, so great job by Zakwan Zaidi and the Honda Asia Dream Racing team.
And that puts a second between him and Aslan, who's second fastest.
I mean, that's a significant...
That's a hell of a marker.
Yeah. I mean, that's a significant gap from first and second. A second between both of them. And 2 seconds between Zakwan and Anupab. But Anupab's ceremony is coming out now. Just changed on the timing screens, and Wasacha again looking down at his bike, and he had a moment there at turn 4 under the brakes.
Yeah, this was the kind of thing we saw a few times at Buriram. Not in the races, but in practice.
I can see on his meter there, there's a red icon flashing. I would like to ask him later and ask what that means. It doesn't look too good for the Malaysian rider as it is. Looking down, we have Haruki Naguchi there.
He's completed his outlap, I think.
Yeah, let's see if we can see. It's a soft rear hard front for him still. So let's see if he can improve on that. He did 2 minute 11, 293 the last time he was out. Really strong timing from the young rider.
Yeah, he's got another 2 or 3 flying laps he can get in on this combination. Yeah, nice to see how that works.
I really enjoy watching his riding style. He's really one of the more interesting riders to look at in terms of the way he hangs off the bike. It's really exciting to watch. You can see him there coming through turn 5 and 6. And he has the mix of aggression, and at the same time he makes it tidy. It's really great to see. And that's what young riders really bring into championships.
Yeah, you see how much body input, but the drama of the body input isn't really reflected in the movement of the bike. The bike is staying pretty wheels in line.
Yeah, it's amazing. He looks the most. The bike looks the most calm in the grid, but he's all over the picture. it's amazing to watch.
Yeah, I mean that is one of the features that I guess you'd have to say Marc Marquez brought into body positioning in racing is why everybody now has elbow sliders on their leathers.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where it's almost like he was a trendsetter for this this style of riding. And you can see it's showing with the likes of Anupam as well. It comes down in turn 14 right now. Haruki is on a fast lap. He's improving. So far improving through sector 2 and sector 3. Apiwat as well in sector 1. He's fast, so there should be an improving lap for him. And this starts to get interesting. I think a lot of the riders, they assess what the issue was with the mechanics, what they can improve on, and they are starting to really improve it near the end of the session. And coming across now is Haruki Naguchi, a 2:11.230.
That was his first flying lap.
It was his first flying lap, and it was his fastest lap so far in the session. So I think we can definitely expect that to drop down into the 2-minute 10s. And you can see there, Azan Shah, he was, man, it looks like he's unhappy with the way the bike was reacting. But it's a good performance so far from the 1xx BMW TKKR team. 2nd and 4th for them. In comparison to what happened in Thailand, I think this should be a much bigger improvement for them. And they should be able to feel more comfortable now going into this round.
Yeah, the evidence is there, and we're back with Haruki. By the way, you see the big eyes on the helmet, on the front of the helmet. Do you know where that comes from, Daniel?
Nakano.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's iconic, and I think it's a great respect to the great rider. And Haruki, I think he's also going to be one of the greats for Japan. He's really showing great strides as a young rider in this category. As you mentioned, no one told him that it was difficult in the ASB 1000.
Yeah, and also he's stepped up from 600s to 1000s as well. So, and he's gone to another part of the world to compete. Both those things are significant hurdles.
Yeah, and it's amazing to think that he overcame that, and he's already performing. To be doing that, it's not an easy feat, because you have all these amazing names in this championship who are well experienced with the 1000cc class and in many other championships. So top job from Haruki Naguchi, and yeah, can't wait to see more. But for now, we look at the two Thai riders, both on the Yamahas, Apiwat and Anupam Sarmoon. 3rd and 4th respectively are the riders. 2:09 from the pair of them. Yeah, just that snuck under our noses. Apiwat up into 3rd with the 2:09.1.
Yeah, and they're being tracked by their buddy Pasawit, who of course is on a Honda. But he's not quite on their pace. And it looks like Apiwat is pushing Anupam a bit now.
Yeah, looks like Pasawit's trying to keep up with the two Yamahas. He's not really there, but he is improving compared to his previous lap time. But as we were watching this, Haruki Naguchi just set a 2:10.8 for himself. So great job from Haruki Naguchi, and he's got about 4 minutes left in the session to find more. But let's focus on that. Wow, big moment there.
That was Anupam. Yeah.
I think it was on the gas there. I think nearly lost the front there for a second. So unfortunate for Anupam, he wasn't on an improving lap, but yeah, he would have definitely liked to keep up with his teammate. The gap between the pair of them now.
Yeah, Apiwat was going faster. Maybe just tried a little bit too hard then, but no harm done. They're both up, and Pasawit has got an easier sight of his compatriot.
I think Pasawit had to lift off there for a second, and sector 3 is not a fast one for him. Ooh, looks like Apiwat.
Okay.
Ooh.
So
Yeah.
now that's Apiwat's turn to find the limits.
Both teammates, both countrymen making errors in that lap. Unfortunate for them, but yep, they still have 2 minutes and 50 seconds left in the session to find. So I think they should still have this lap and another lap to set
a faster lap. It was a pity for Pasawit as well, because he was on a decent lap for himself.
Yeah, he was. I think, was that Gary Salim we were just looking at?
I think that was in looking at Adam Norden now, rider number 72. He's out on track. So this will be his first flying lap. He's got this lap to complete. We shall see. He was in the pits for quite a while, so I think he was just finding the extra bit of settings. His teammate, of course, Azan Shah, we saw earlier, having a bit of an error at turn 4, so he's back in the pits. Here's Adam Norden, fresh off a couple of seasons at the CEV Moto2 Championship. And Adam and his new team is looking to really show what he's capable of, because we know that he's a very talented rider. He's had plenty of experiences around the world. Bit of a wobble there on the gas for Adam Norden.
Yeah, I noticed a few turns back there was what looked like some rubber on loose rubber on the track getting kicked up. To see what the source of that was.
Definitely there, but Adam looking a bit twitchy on the brakes for his bike. His rear keeps on sliding out aggressively, and there again, bit of wobble on the gas. I do remember that Azan Shah was mentioning when they first had this S1000, the newer model, they had issues trying to keep the front wheel down because it was constantly having so much power that it was difficult to control. But doesn't seem to be the case anymore. But Adam's still looking a bit twitchy on the gas.
Yeah, this is the job of the electronics, of course. It's all right to have all that power, but it has to be usable. That's where it gets technical. That's why we have specialist electronic engineers in the pits on the teams these days.
Definitely, yeah. Speaking of power and electronics, I remember that when Zakwan first rode his CBR 1000 RRR, the front just wouldn't stay down. Every time on the exits, it would just keep on kicking up, and it looked tiring to watch because it just couldn't control it. But you can see now that the Hondas have really fixed those issues, and they're able to really control their bikes, and the electronics are working perfectly for them.
Yeah, that was a decent lap for Rabbit. Just outside his quickest. Checkered flag's out now.
I think he crossed just as a checkered flag came out, so that should be the end for Haruki's session. But now we're looking at Timothy Joseph. This is his... I'm not sure if this is his flying lap or his out lap, because he was in the pits momentarily. Here he comes now, comes across turn 14, and I don't think it's going to be an improving lap for Timothy. He'll come across the line in 9th as it is.
Yeah, 2:12. It's not a bad start. Daniel Heikel, as you were saying, he's got a 2:14. Not too many laps in.
Yeah, just 8 laps for the young Malaysian riders. So plenty to be fun for the Victor Racing Team and Ahmad Daniel Heikel. But the big story so far in this session has been that Yuki Ito, Kasman Daniel, and Titipong Warakoran have not been out for free practice 1.
3 contenders that we need to see on the track. Thoughtful Zakwan. It's too easy too early to break open the champagne, but that was 1 second gap at the top in free practice 1. He's going to be happy with that.
Yeah.
It's never good enough, right? That's
exactly.
The body language.
Somehow he's still not satisfied. But that is the true mark of a champion. No matter how good it has been, there's always ways to improve, and you can see that from Zakwan Zaidi, the classy rider that he is. But the checker flag is out, and the riders will take the checker flag, and that should conclude the free practice 1 session. I don't think any other riders are on improving laps by the looks of it.
No, that's all.
Oh, Adam Norden, right as I said it. A 2-minute 9.969 from Adam Norden.
It's a nice finish into the 2.9s. As we look at the results here, Zakwan, we were just talking about second clear of Aslan Shah, Apiwat, and Anupab in 3rd and 4th. They set those times early in the session. Adam Noradin, we were also just talking about 5th. 6th, Haruki Naguchi, the Japanese. Geri Salim, who had a steady session in 7th, and 8th, Pasawit Tidivararak on a 2:12. 9th was TJ Alberto, he did a 2:12.5, and Ahmad Daniel Heikel for Victor Racing, 2:14. Plenty to come from them, and the people much missed in that session were Yuki Ito, Kazma Daniel, Kazmayuddin, and Titipong Warrakorn. That's it for the first session of the ASB 1000 class. There'll be another 2 outings for those guys today. As we look, there's a nice gentle breeze here. The weather here, Daniel, I'm finding this weekend is it's quite pleasant. Look at the wind blowing on those flags.
It is. It's not too hot and not too humid as you mentioned this morning, and yeah, it's great weather for racing, and I think the riders are going to enjoy it as well.
Yeah, the humidity is much less than normal. I usually expect, I live in Bangkok, so when I come in from Bangkok, I usually expect the weather to be a little bit more extreme in KL, but it's much nicer as it happens now. Okay, so that's ASB 1000s. That means we're going to take a break for about 10 minutes, and then we'll come back with the next session for the Underbone 150s. That will be their second practice session. So come back and join us then.
Hi, I'm April King Mascardo. First of all, I thank God for the opportunity this ARRC back, and I think the only I can do is to focus and follow the lead back, and more adjustment on the bike and also the suspension. But the first is focus.
We are too excited for this race. So me, this is my first time to compete in ARRC. So I'm a little bit excited because it also gives me a challenge to showcase my skills and to fight for my country.
Hi, I'm April King Mascado. First of all, I thank God for the opportunity this ARRC back, and I think the only I can do is to focus and follow the lead back and more adjustment on the bike and also the suspension. But the first is focus.
We are too excited for this race. So me, this is my first time to compete in ARRC. So I'm a little bit excited because it also gives me a challenge to showcase my skills and to fight for my country.
Hi, I'm April King Mascado. First of all, I thank God for the opportunity this ARRC back, and I think the only I can do is to focus and follow the lead back and more adjustment on the bike and also the suspension. But the first is focus.
We are too excited for this race. So me, this is my first time to compete in ARRC. So I'm a little bit excited because it also gives me a challenge to showcase my skills and to fight for my country.
And yes, we're back, so welcome back indeed to Sepang International Circuit. We've had this morning so far one free practice session for each of the 4 classes. So we're beginning again. This is the second outing for the underbone class. You can just see as they come out in a big group this time. They were more strung out the first time around as the bikes come out onto the track for the beginning of this second session. This, of course, is the second round of the 2022 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It's more than 2 years since we were last at Sepang. It's fantastic to be here at this iconic racing circuit, and we've had some great action so far in the first 4 sessions. and we're looking forward to what the Underbones hold in store this time. I'm Barry, and I'm here with Daniel, and we're here with you throughout the day. Daniel, what did you think of that first session?
Yeah, the first session was, of course, an amazing performance from YUIG as well. He's shown that early on he's the one to look out for, and he is the lap record holder here in Sepang. In qualifying, he did a 2 minute 31 in 2020. So that, I think, was a factor of slipstream and just being able to stick with the group and take advantage where you can. And in practice, he did a 2:35, so plenty still to be found. But Ahmad Faizi Sham is on practice 1, second fastest with a 2:35.730, and the wildcard rider Shao Shazras in third with a 2:35.842.
Yeah, that's right. The wild card, although no stranger to this track or to Malaysia, or really the name, of course, to Asia Road Racing fans. But yeah, he showed very well in that first session, following YUIG's almost imperious outing in that first free practice. More bikes around on the track earlier, it seems, this time.
Yeah,
not going anything like race pace yet.
It looks like a lot of the riders are trying to get in their groups and sort of replicate what they're going to face in qualifying and in the race. Because as we know, the underbone category, come race time, it is just a huge group of riders all fighting out for the slipstreams, especially with the 2 long straights in Sepang. Those can be the difference makers.
Yeah, and yeah, there's a lot of bikes in one shot there, which is going to be good news for this session. I think we'll see some times tumble and some more names coming to the front. There's a group there just behind these first riders. I think that's led by the 2 team All for One riders, Oi Wezu and Pirapong Louis Boon Peng, both of whom are extremely quick riders and should be within the leading group come race time.
Yeah, Pirapong as well in practice 1. He showed that he was strong, and he wasn't too far off YUIG's time. So now we can see them. This is what we're more used to seeing, the underbone riders all in groups, different groups here, trying to. Oh, it looks like one of the riders went off there. I think that's one of the UMA Racing riders going off at turn 1. Looked like a bit of a gear issue. He's looking down at his gear lever. Now we come down turn 3.
There's that little group of 4 just moving away a little bit there. Oh, there we are.
It's I think that was Hafid Pratamaditya.
Or possibly John Emerson and Guita. I think that might have been the Filipino up there.
That could be,
Soon see. Hopefully that's nothing serious, just a run-off. And he'll be back in action because he performed very well at round 1 too. He was quick. Talking about the Philippines, we've got their 43 on the screen, April King Moscado, who's probably the most popular of the 3 Filipinos here. They're all quick, but has a big following in the Philippines.
April King as well. He was decent in practice 1, so he will be looking to hook right behind one of the faster groups and try to find the advantages and really put himself in a good position going forward into qualifying later.
This is a quick group.
Yeah,
shrunk to a group of 3. I think YUIG just dropped back from this one.
Yeah, Hafiza Rofa right at the front of this trio here. Hafiza Rofa is one of the riders who is well experienced, but he's looking to find a bit more in this underbone 150 category, especially in practice. He seemed to be really strong. He was in 5th he was with 2:36.471. But he will have the pressure of the riders all trying to feed off each other's slipstreams here. You can see a huge group of riders all over the screen here.
Yeah, bunching up nicely.
Now we see then coming down the line at the front straight. I believe that is the likes of Najrul Izzat as well in this trio. And a few fast times there. King Mascado doing a 2:36.284. Shafiq Rossi a 2:36.225. And Amafazl Sham, who missed out, and his brother just went fastest as that happened. Amafazl Sham, he missed out free practice 1. He missed out from from most of the session. Did a 2:38, and now he's come with a 2:35.9. Amafazl Sham at 2:35.1. Fastest session so far of this weekend for the underbone category.
That was a big group that went across the line then. I thought I was suffering from blurred vision for a moment as the leaderboard was changing. But yeah, Amafazl Sham, who left a big hole at Buriram because he wasn't able to make it because of the dreaded plague, of course. But he's back, and he's back at the front at his home track. Izzat Saidi did well on that last lap as well. He's in second place. Amafazl Sham 2:35.9. So those are 3 riders in the 35 so far. And very briefly, as those riders came across the line, I just caught Shafiq Rosli at the top.
That's right, yeah. Shafiq Rosli and King Mascado, they made it to the top, and then almost immediately Amafazl Sham and Izzat Zaidi and Amafazl Sham just came through and set faster times. But that is starting to look a lot more exciting in the underbone category. Everyone's bunched up, and we can see these timings, they're just going to drop further. And Amafazl Sham, Izzat Zaidi, Amafazl Sham, Shafiq Rosli, they're all in fastest sector 2 times. So I think we're definitely going to see 2:34s very soon. And still 20 minutes left in the session, so the riders still can come back in, change the setup slightly, and come back out and set an even faster time.
Just looking down the timesheets, Daniel, you can see so much quality here. Nazarul Shaul, who performed so well in the first session. Murabil Vitoni too, he went really well at Buriram. Oigwezu, fastest in qualifying in Buriram, and Gupta Kreshner. Sorry, Oigwezu got the super pole position. Gupta was fastest in qualifying. And then you keep going down. Ayman Tairuddin, Pirapong, Dimas Juliat Moko. There's so much quality here. Waiwaji, where is he? At the bottom of the pile at the moment. He hasn't pulled the pin yet.
I think he's in the group with Ahmad Afif as well. And this should be the group coming across now, and we should see some times shift. And there goes Amafazl Sham, a 2:33.499 from Amafazl Sham. An amazing lap. And Ahmad Afif, a 2:34 from him. Ayuaji only managed a 2:36, so he's in 8th now. But we know he's capable of doing much faster. And with this fast group that he's in, with all these riders, we can expect this time to drop further.
Plenty of motivation with his teammate at the top of the timing screen. I think Tony there on the LFN machine in that group too, showing well. April King, got the Cardinals. I think both Cardinals bikes there. FIM ran. Yeah, this is going to be a wild ride at the top of the timing screen, so all the way through really. Slowest rider at the moment is Jordan Bardaru, who's on a 2:41, but all the way down to 11th place we've got riders in the 2:36s.
Great to see Murabil Vitoni though, improving a lot from his first practice. He's doing a 2:36.4 now, so compared to free practice 1, he did a 2:40.8. So huge improvements from himself and the likes of the LFN Indonesia racing team. And with this group that he's in, I think he can definitely drop down further. We should be able to see these riders bunching up timing-wise. I think they will feed off each other's slipstreams, and Hafiz Arofa as well on a fast lap as well.
Yeah, nice big group. We've got probably 2/3 of the field in one camera shot now.
Yeah, it's hard to pick out what each rider now because they're all just bunched up. We're looking at Amafazl Sham's timing on the bottom right of your screens. He's somewhere at the front of this group. You can see there he's the 4th rider as they all line up down the straights. I think I see Pirapong as well there at the back of the group.
You just look behind him, that was Pirapong.
Looks like Amafif looks like he has a bit of an issue with his bike there, raising his hand.
Aji right in the middle.
Oh, I see what's wrong with Amafi's bike. His belly pan has fallen.
Oh yeah.
That's a bit unfortunate. It looks like nothing more than a small issue for him, and they should be able to get that fixed. But right as they come across, the positions change again. Hafiz Rufa, the only other rider, into the 233s. So that puts him in second. Wahyu Aji as well goes up into 6th, I believe. Yep, at 234.4.
Yeah, that's his best time. So he's up to 6, and Gupta just in front of him. So good to see those two experienced champions at the top end.
That was a great time from Gupta Kreshner, 234.172. That puts him well within the reach of Amafazi Sham and Hafiz Rufa. So he'll be looking to find a few more tenths. Looking at Hafiza into turn 4 behind him. That is a Hafiza going right off track there. I see some of the riders raising their hands. I think some of them have found a bit of what they want with the current setup. They might go back to pits. So it looks like April King Mascardo there.
Okay. Looks like a mechanical problem. He's looking at the rear of the bike.
Oh, it's really unfortunate for April King Mascardo. He's a 236.284. He was doing decent in this session. I think he's looking to really push a bit more. But there's still 15 minutes left. He could make it back into the paddocks and get it back out. But it's 15 minutes isn't really long. But there's still this huge group of riders all bunched up into turn 9. Watch now, I believe that's still Hafiza Rufa at the front of this group.
Yeah, it is.
See the
24, yeah.
Just trying to see where Pirpong is in 12th right now. 236.785 for him. He had a decent first sector, but he is at the back of this group. A lot of traffic in front of him. Come down now, turn 13 and 14 now there.
There's a hand up there.
Yeah.
Somebody else got a problem. This group is not going quickly. They're not really helping each other towards any better lap times. I was going to try and count the bikes in that shot, but I've given up.
Yeah. Yeah, I can just see that a lot of the riders who are in the racing line, and they put their hands up, so it really disturbs the pace of the other riders, I think, and it's not giving any fast sectors as we're looking at timing screens. But still 14 minutes left for these riders. This large group has it's still a large group, but it has shrunk slightly with some of the riders coming back in. But Priyapong is still out there for the Team One for All bike.
Yeah, I always do that too, Daniel. It's Team All for One.
Oh, is it? Apologies.
Yeah, I think earlier on this morning I got it right for the first time in my life.
Yeah, 13 minutes left in this session. I think Pirpong, every time I see him, he's being almost disturbed in his line. He can't get a clean lap yet.
Yeah, you'll see it different in the race. His racecraft is really good. He's quite experienced now.
Oh, huge moment there. I think that was one of the Idemitsu bikes. Oh, that's a huge crash there down at turn 3. That's Shao Shazraz, that's a wildcard rider. Oh, that's a humongous crash for Shao Shazraz.
That's really lucky that nobody else got caught up in that he was able to bounce up off the floor, but it's going to take a while to buff that out.
See what happened here. Looks like a rider just came across his front. Oh no, it wasn't there. Oh, that's Pirpong that came on the... Just cut him off there, Pirpong did.
Back and put his hand up.
Wow, that is... Shao Shazraz is really lucky to come away from that, and so are the other riders to avoid that.
Yeah. Well, the bike landed. I mean, it landed badly in the sense of the destruction, but it landed off the circuit.
Oh, that was a huge moment there. But yeah, the session still continues. Luckily, it's great to see that Shazras, of course, is fine. He walked away from that, and that is the most important thing. But for now, we're looking at the large group that we saw. Pirapong, I believe he was at the front of this group now. Let's see. Oh, Ayman Taridin pulling off from this this group. Ayman seems to be struggling in this session so far. A 2:37.362. He's not at his absolute best. Here we're looking at the back straight. Still, I think this is a group of about 9 riders.
Yeah, led by Pirapong this time.
Looks like
just being taken there by I think that was the Vietnamese rider, Gupta.
Gupta, he has improved in the session. Gupta, he's doing a 2:38.515. So that's about a second improvement from practice 1. But his worry is that everyone else has improved as well.
That's
and
right.
Puts him down into 17th, so still a little bit more to be found for him. You see him there into turn 1, leading this trio. I believe that's one of the SEK Honda machines behind him. They come down into turn 3, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, that is the likes of Firdaus Hamdan, one of the new riders in this category.
Yeah, some formation flying going on here, so perhaps a bid for a good lap time. I think that's both the Vietnam riders there.
Apologies, Ashraf Daniel in front of him. Now in front of the Honda Vietnam riders.
Vietnam, of course, they don't have any major racetracks, so coming back this season is after a 2-year break for them, basically, and to come to a really mighty circuit like Sepang is quite something.
It is a challenge for the team to find that setup again, because, yeah, as you mentioned, it's been 2 years. It's not a short time, so it is challenging, and it's great to see them not too far down the order, and they just need to find a little bit more, and they should be well in the fighting group.
Yeah, the riders have got what it takes, I think. But it was that long layoff in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in Thailand, in the Philippines. There was an active racing scene during that time, in India, of course, but not in Vietnam. They don't have the physical infrastructure there. So these guys, as you say, are doing well.
A bit of scrappy riding going on by this trio over here, and you can see some hands being raised. Nevertheless, great to see these guys being able to compete and be within the mix. But for now, we have 9 minutes left in this session, and I believe most of the grid is in the pits as it is. See all the top 9, they've all gone back to the pit. So Murabil, Vitoni, Pirapong as well.
Yeah, they'll be coming out for another maybe 2 flying laps before this session finishes, and then of course this class has 2 free practice sessions, and then they have qualifying. It's a different format to the other classes. They have qualifying this afternoon, and then the top 15 from qualifying will go into Super Pole tomorrow morning to determine the first 15 grid places. If you haven't watched Super Pole before, don't miss it. It's really good. It makes total sense, because in qualifying you'll see fast lap times set with the benefit of slipstream, but going off one at a time at 20-second intervals, it just isolates the rider and machine performance. So Super Pole is one of my favourite parts of the weekend. It's a really absorbing thing to watch. Pit lanes considerably more crowded than the track at the moment.
Yeah, it looks really busy down there. All the mechanics and riders trying to find their last setup before this session ends. It will be a very quick end to this session for the riders, because they have only 7 minutes now, and each lap takes them 2.5 minutes. So it's going to be a close call for them. I'm just trying to see. Yeah, it's really busy down there. For now, it's still Amafazi Shama. Superb so far from Amafazi Shama. 2:33.499, nearly half a second faster than Hafiz Arufa.
Yeah, those times were set some time ago. Those certainly those first 4. Gupta Kreshner's come up well into 5th place, ahead of his Indonesian sparring partner, Wahyu Trilaksana, the current championship leader, and Fazrul Sham, who's in the 135s. In fact, he's the only rider in the 135s at the moment. After him is Nazarul, Siafik, April King. We don't know whether we'll see him again after his stoppage on track. I'm not sure where that was. Do you know where he went off, Daniel?
Couldn't really tell. It looked almost like turn 4, but the angle wasn't clear enough. But yeah, it's unfortunate for April King. He was on a decent time, so I think he could have definitely improved further down. But looks like he'll have to wait until we come to qualifying later.
And Ayman Tyrudin, I think he had some problems as well.
Yeah, I think I remember I saw him looking at his gear lever at one point, and even for the likes of Afif as well, closer to the end just now. Just saw him looking down, maybe a bit unhappy with how his bike was reacting to the way he was riding.
Yeah, and here we go. It's the time for the final push in free practice 2 for the Underbone 150s. And amongst the first riders out are the team All-for-One riders of Pirapong and Uezu. I think I've really got those vowels conquered now.
Takes a bit of practice, I think.
Sure does.
Yeah, this looks like most of the grid is coming out now. You can see all the riders getting ready for one last push. I think by the looks of it, they're barely going to get I think only some will get 2 laps in, 2 flying laps, but most will only get 1 flying lap. So I think they're just going to wait to bunch up and then, as they say, full gas.
Yeah. But for some of them anyway, just one rider trundling there. But yeah, they'll need to get a move on if they're going to make any impact on these on the timing screen here. I can see Fazli Sham out yet. I think he is out. So Fifam Ran still in the pits apparently.
Yeah, there's Fazli Sham there at the front of this group. He's going to have a lot of riders hunting behind him, and he could get a bit scrappy for him, trying to pass through them.
Yeah, so he's the target.
Yeah, everyone's going to try and hitch right behind the slipstream. Of course, look out for the way he tucks in there, the way he really puts his body into a really streamlined position. It's truly something to behold. No one can do it like him.
Yeah, underbone racing is a class like no other really, in that you can build a career as an underbone racer. I think it's a terrific thing, and you still even see, I believe, you correct me if I'm wrong, Daniel, but even Zakwan Zaidi can be seen still racing underbones from time to time.
Yeah, he came back for a short stint in 2021 in the underbone category, and it was great to watch that even after they've gone on to race super bikes, you can come back and race underbones and still be fairly competitive. It's great to watch.
Yeah, and you can make a career, as a decent career, as an underbone racer in Malaysia, Indonesia, probably the Philippines too.
Yeah. Looking at this group now, everyone lining up, everyone feeding off each other's slipstream. You can see that there's Amafadi Sham, Izzat Zaidi, Nazrul Izzat. There's SK riders behind him as well. Big group that we're having here, and it looks like when they come across now, this group will have this one and this flying lap coming up and another lap. So we should be able to see some time shift.
Yeah, the way Fazli Sham looked behind then, to see how clear it was behind him, it looked as though he was going to try and get away, but down to turn 1 and they've already caught up with him, so that may not have gone according to plan.
Mohammad Kiandra is actually in a great position right now, because he's got Amafazi Sham and Nazrul Izzat, Izzat Zaidi right in front of him, so he can feed up their slipstream and he can really bump himself up a few positions. This comes down now. You can see Ahmad Fazisham still leading. It looks like he's just able to hold them off for now, but as come to turn 4, everyone's bunching up. Hafiz Arofa, his teammate as well in that group. Back here comes Wahyu Aji as well. He's going to be lurking and looking for a faster lap time.
He was with one of the LFN, the Indonesia LFN machines there. It's a splash of colour in the paddock too, I have to say.
Yeah, definitely. It's great to see all these colours come together, and yeah, it's nice to see distinctive bikes. Here comes like now turn 7 and 8. They come around now. For the underboards, it's almost full gas to these corners. It's really a test of your mental strength and, you know, trusting your tires, trusting your bike going through there. It looks like Ahmad Fazisham just got swamped by this huge group of riders. He's just dropped all the way down, so this won't be a fast lap from him.
He needs to be satisfied with his half-second advantage at the top that he set early in this session. That puts him in a good position for this afternoon's qualifying. And of course, many regular underbone watchers will know that these bikes run Dunlop Moto 3 tyres. Have done for, perhaps this is the 3rd season. I think I'm right in saying it's the 3rd season, but they've given them, of course, more confidence. The bikes, of course, perform better under braking and in the corners. But that's really good. Dunlop, of course, being the tyre supply for all these classes.
Just looking at the timings, looks like not many riders on a fast lap. Wahyu IG is on a decent lap with a fast sector 3. So it's Murbil Vitoni. Looks like Weizu had a decent first sector, but sector 2 and 3 not really improving. So yeah, perhaps this group is really it's not helping each other as much, just disturbing each other ever so slightly. And Pirpong, however, did improve now. A 2:36.318 for him. But this will be the final flying lap for these riders. You can see Pirpong there, aggressive into turn 1.
Yeah, he just sat up a bit then, I think.
Huge group of riders behind them. This looks like it could get scrappy. Ahmad Fazisham there at the back of the group, and riders starting in all directions in this underbone class.
I think you're right, Daniel. I think this group is scrappy. Big groups can help each other along, but I don't think it's the case this time.
Yeah, they look like they're just pushing each other off each other's lines ever so slightly, and it's not really helping. And you can see as they come through sector 1, there's no improvements from any of these riders. So should my prediction be right? I think the top 10 will definitely be the same as we've seen. Is that April King Moscato that's come across? Yeah, I think April King Moscato has made it out.
Yeah, that's good news.
Yeah, it's great to see.
No major problem. You always worry when they stop out the track that it could be an engine problem, but clearly not.
Let's see, this group of 5 riders seem to have pulled away a little bit more from the back of them. Then let's see, Hafiz Arofa in this group, Nazrul Iza, Ahmad Fazisham. I believe that is also Muhammad Shafiq Rosli. So the 4 of them are in this group. Ooh, looks like Ahmad Fazisham there, he's pulled out of this.
Yeah. These 4 are the ones that look like they're trying to do something at the last breaths of this session.
Yeah, Gupta Kreshner as well had a really good sector 2 there. But still quite a few tenths off the fastest sector 2 timing. But we shall see whether he can stitch up sector 3 and 4 and make this one count. As he comes across, doesn't look like it.
Yeah. 2 riders just pulled out of the way then. They're done. Lunchtime.
Yeah, the checker flag as well is out, and as these riders come across, that will conclude this second practice for the Underbone 150 category. Yeah, but it looks like we're not looking at any faster times. It looks to be the same top 10.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. I'm not sure that we learned too much in that session about what might happen in the future. It was the highlight, of course, is Fazisham back in business after missing round 1 and putting in a convincing time there of 2:33.5, full half-second clear of Haruki Rosa. And FIFAM Ran, who was so impressive at Buriram, he's in third. Let's look down further. The April King, I think that was, he recorded those times before us. I think we're going to get the official results up now. Just confirming, Ahmad Fazli Sham, excuse me, at the top, followed by Hafisa Rosa, Afif Amran, Izzat Zaidi, good session from him again. Gupta Kreshner, we were just talking about, good to see him back up at the top, and Wayu Aji Trilaksana having topped the first session, 6th in that one, followed by Ahmad Fazrul Sham and Nizral Izzat. 9th was Siafik Rosli, 10th April King, 11th Pirapong Lui Bung Peng, 12th Murabil Vitoni, decent session from him, and the rider that had that spectacular crash but is thankfully okay, Siraz Sharol, Wezu behind him, and jumping down to 17th Hafid Pratadam. I've given up on that, sorry. Hafid was 17th, 18th Duktan, 19th Kiandra, 20th Giancarlo Maurizio, and his Filipino compatriot John Emerson in Guito, 22nd, the other Vietnamese rider Antoine, and Jordan Bardaru down in 23rd, and Daniel Zamri in 24th. So the fastest time 2:33, slowest 2:42. So that's it, as we just look at the iconic grandstands with the jungle in the background over the mountains. Such a distinctive sight here in Malaysia. We're going to take a short break now, and we'll see you back in just a few minutes for the second practice session for the Asia Production 250s. We'll see you then.
Alhamdulillah, just now practice 1 I got number 3. I don't have any strategy in FP1. My strategy is just to find my rhythm for evening qualifying. So on FP2 I will try my best to find my rhythm more to make myself in qualifying to get maybe in the top position or maybe in the top 10 or top 5. But surely I want to be in the Super Bowl tomorrow.
Yeah, in the pre-practice 1 is good but not enough. We still find the best setup because 1 year more, no rest in Sepang. So we still find the best setup, and now is issue ARRC new. So I will need to improve for next practice to get the best lap time or do the lap time record before.
So it's so exciting to be back at ARRC after a 2 years gap, and we are so happy to be back at the paddock, and it's so beautiful to be back with our bikes. It was really great day, and we also improved a lot, and still we will improve. So we are happy to be back at the bike. So hopefully we finish this race very good and cheer for us. Thank you. Thank you.
I have a 2 year comeback here, so I lost too much feeling, but we are happy because in 4 weeks we did that. We just finished feeling back. Maybe in Friday we will group to the group. So up to in Saturday and Sunday we can follow the top group again.
Halo, saya Raffi Kaupan dari tim Haji Putra 969 Racing Team. Ya, saya sudah mengikuti kejuaraan balap motor sejak tahun 2006. Latihan motor sejak umur 5 tahun. Dan sampai saat ini saya masih mengikuti kejuaraan Asia Road Racing Championship. Sebelumnya saya sudah mengikuti kejuaraan Eropa Championship, MotoGP di kejuaraan Moto2. Saya tetap balap karena menurut saya balap itu bagian dari hidup saya.
Alhamdulillah, just now practice 1 I got number 3. I don't have any strategy in FP1. My strategy is just to find my rhythm for evening qualifying. So on FP2 I will try my best to find my rhythm more to make myself in qualifying to get maybe in the top position or maybe in the top 10 or top 5. But surely I want to be in the Super Bowl tomorrow.
Yeah, in the pre-practice 1 is good but not enough. We still find the best setup because 1 year more no race in Sepang, so we still find the best setup, and now is issue ARRC new, so I will need to improve for next practice to get the best lap time or do the lap time record before.
So it's so exciting to be back.
Welcome back, and looking at that camera shot you can see exactly where we are. We're at Sepang International Circuit in the heart of Malaysia. Those distinctive buildings, grandstands, and the jungle-covered mountains in the background. We're here for day 1 of round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. About to come out on track are the Asia Production 250 machines for their second free practice session. In the first practice session, we're just seeing some highlights from it now. Looking at Piawat, but an emphatic marker was put down by the defending championship leader and the defending champion and the joint championship leader, Andy Mohammed Fadli, who turned in a time of 2:27.1. That was 0.8 of a second, almost 0.9 of a second faster than his teammate who was in second place. So the two Kawasaki's looking very good. The other joint championship leader, Reza Danica RN's put in the third best time. So just looking at who we've got on the track right now. I think we're pleased to see that number 65, Cao Vietnam, is on track now, Daniel.
That's right, he was missing from the action, and as well as the likes of Rafid Tokpan as well. Number 50, he's out on the track for the free practice 2. And yeah, it's great to see after they went missing in the free practice 1. They did not set any times. So we were really interested to see what they're capable of now.
Yeah, all the riders seem to be out on track now. And all in a group. What a surprise. 2 Indian riders are just at the front at the moment. That's Senthil and Setu, the number 18 and 80 number bikes, respectively. Going at a gentlemanly pace at the moment as they get warmed up.
I think Setu Rajiv had a really good free practice 1 session for him. He did a 232.1, but he wasn't far off the riders in front of him. In front of him was Akid Aziz. But following further up, we had the riders dropping below 230s. We had Andy Mamafandi, of course, doing a 227.1. 0.8 seconds faster than the likes of Aiki Yoshi. So the front runners are really having the outright pace, but free practice 2 might change it up. The other riders might have found a better setup. And yeah, we should see these times go down further.
Yeah, and we were just looking at the onboard view from the 188 bike, Piawat Patumios on the Thai Honda. He's a rider who needs to go a bit quicker in this session by his exalted standards. He was a little bit off the pace in the first session. His best time was a 2:30.2, which was almost 3 seconds shy of Andy Mohamed Fadley's time. And he's probably capable of doing something very similar.
So he's in tier 1 going off at near 27, near the motocross riding at that point. But he's back on track now, luckily.
Yeah, he's back on track, and as I've said many times, he's a rider that I feel should be ready to break through any moment, and show us that as well as speed that he can put a good qualifying and race weekend together.
He had great pace in free practice 1 at 2:28.5. So that was just 0.1 seconds off Ray Rakatori's time. So he's really showing his potential, and as you mentioned, he's definitely one that looks ready.
Yeah, it's always good to see a rider disrupting the established leaders in a class, and he could be one that's capable of doing that. Of course, the one people tend to talk about is Aldi Satya Mahendra, because he is just 16 years old and a very talented fast rider. I do feel that Andy Setiowan is somebody that could disrupt things. We're just looking there at Aiki Yoshi, who finished the first session second fastest behind his teammate. Andy Setiowan currently at the top of the timesheets with a pretty decent 128.2.
He's already bested his fastest lap free practice 1, but it looks like one of the Astro Honda riders was going off track there. Looks like a technical issue with his bike. The marshals helping him get off from the gravel. Apologies. And now we're looking at turn 3. Looks like Angie Setiawan, the fastest on the track right now. Very close to him is the likes of Hadrian Adna Fridaus.
Just behind him. Yeah, there's another Astra Honda just behind. Oh, okay. So yeah, that's Adinata Putra, who we know is a contender in this class.
And a very good free practice 1, Adinata Putra. 2:28 as well for him. So he'll be looking to drop down into the 2:27s and follow the likes of Andy Fadley and Aiki Yoshi.
Yeah, so for this group we're looking at now, Aiki Yoshi is the target. He said he's the target. I think there was Anki Setiawan just look behind him and drop back. So maybe you should keep watching the target.
Anki Setiawan is riding super aggressively. You can see him just sliding the bike into the turn 9. Very technical turn is turn 9 because it's one of those hard-hitting spots, and then it's an uphill run into turn 10, and he did that superbly. It's just exciting to watch.
Yeah, yeah. It does remind me of a teenage Andy Fadley.
Actually, yeah, quite a lot.
He's fast and aggressive for a couple of seasons, and then started to put it together.
Reza Danica is on a fast lap as well. He had the fastest sector 2 of the session so far, so he should be pushing himself up a few positions.
Yeah, it's a nice tidy group. Got it wasn't Pirouette, that was the other Thai Honda.
Now we're looking at Angi's tier 1's time, and Idemitsu went fastest momentarily, but Reza Danica goes fastest with a 227.8. So a great time from Reza Danica. He improves his earlier fastest time, which was a 228.
Yeah, well, we know he's capable of that. He's a great qualifier as well as a great racer, but so is this man on screen, Pirouette. He often puts himself on the front row, if not on pole position.
He's looking a lot better now in free practice 2 compared to free practice 1. So I think Pirouette and his team has definitely found something. They've definitely improved the setup, and he looks comfortable now.
Yes, he does. He's quite an accomplished rider. I think he's got 1 or 2 Suzuka 4-hour races under his belt as well, which he did with Notre Sarapech, of course, who left a mark on this championship. Currently racing in Japan, of course.
I think it was when Honda debuted the new CBR 250. Well, it was new at that time. I think it was Muklada who set the lap record at one point and was going toe-to-toe with one of the Kawasaki's, I believe, and it was amazing to watch. She was really one of the outstanding riders of this category.
Yeah, Pirouette's been in the Thai Honda talent development system for a few seasons now, and he's really progressed nicely. He's quite the finished article as a rider, and very capable of winning, I think, here. But so is Reza Danica, so is Adinanta, so is even let's have a look at a wild card, Ray Ratakuri. If you're going to put your money on a Yamaha rider, there he is. Thank you.
Yeah, I think he's done a great job so far. I think the Yamahas are missing a bit of something. The closest one is Agi Setiawan, and he's riding superbly on the Yamaha machine, because I think the closest Yamaha is Aldi Satya, who is sitting at 6th with a 238.738. Further down the grid is no one else except for Ray Ratakuri.
The Honda is definitely the machine of choice here, but what a beautiful bike that is as well. I mean, if you just talk about the graphics, the Team 1XOX TKKR, they really do turn their bikes out nicely.
It's a very simple but classy looking bike.
Yeah, it makes it stand out. When the graphics are too busy, it can be difficult, as we see in helmet designs.
Yeah, that's true. And as all that happened, Aiki Yoshi actually improves into second with a 227.866. It's another good time from the Manual Tech Racing team. We're looking back at this large group here at turn 4.
There's Adinanta and Reza Danica just at the front of that. Aldi Satya there somewhere. Yeah, there he goes. Breaking up the red and white pattern.
This is like the Yamaha and the Kawasaki. They just swamped in a sea of red Hondas. See all these riders here. Herjun, Adna Firdaus, Reza Danica, Aldi Satya, and Adinanta Putra, all in this group here.
As we were saying earlier, Daniel, the Astra Hondas are really good at running together and making it work.
One thing I noticed as well, the Yamaha just in that shot could really see the difference. The Yamaha seem to kick out in their their rear seems to kick out a lot more on the hard braking compared to the Hondas. Like most of the Hondas, they looked very calm on the braking. So that could be one of the differences between the Hondas and Yamahas in the aspect of character of the bike.
I think you're right, and I think also those riders are trying harder because they haven't quite got the edge that the Hondas have.
Yeah, the Hondas just look very comfortable here in Sepang. As it is still the fastest time of this weekend for the Production 250 class has been Andy Mamfadli with a 2:27.143. The fastest time of this session is Reza Danica 2:27.806. Looking at Andy Mamfadli right now, he's still in 7th with the 2:28.985. So maybe he tried something new and it's not really working out for him. Still 16 minutes left in the session, so still plenty of time for them to find the right setup.
Yeah, having put that marker down, I think if you want to experiment, this is a good time to do it. They've got one more free practice session this afternoon and then qualifying tomorrow, so plenty of time to try something. And he's still holding the fastest time of the day so far, which we don't that often see set in FP1.
And now looking at turn 2, we see I think that's one of the 1xx riders, Muhammad Muzakir, as well, on this new CBR 250 bike. It's interesting to see because, like for a team like 1xx to have a new bike in the next round of the championship from round 1, it's quite a challenge for them and the riders because they wouldn't have had much mileage on the bike, and to really get accustomed to the bike, it's not that easy to do within one weekend.
Yeah, and I do believe you need to get the bike change signed off by technical control team.
Sure, yeah. It's an interesting change to do early in the season. And yeah, let's see if it pays off for the 1xx team.
Ray Rasakuri currently down in 9th with a 2:29.1. Appears to have chosen to stay with the Yamaha. Changing mid-season, like you said, Daniel, it seems like a gamble, but this CBR 250 RR does seem to be a pretty good bike out of the box.
Yeah, it seems to have just that slight edge over the Yamahas. And with Kawasaki pulling out, there's not really any more options except for those two. So, as it is, we still have 2 Kawasaki's in this championship, and that's the likes of excuse me, Andy Mamfadli as well as Aiki Yoshi.
Ooh, and okay,
going off there.
So a little bit of target fixation going on there.
Yeah,
about 5 riders going onto the wrong part of the track.
That's something you see every day there. I believe that's Andy Mamfadli there. It looks like he's heading for the pits. He's riding. Looks like Muzakir Akiraziz and the rest of the Astra riders are going to continue on. Oh, nope, sorry. Yeah. They are all going out back into the pits.
Yeah, that's it. Break time with 13 minutes left on the clock. The lone rider out there. It's a Honda. I can't tell you any more than that, but most of the field now coming in. So Reza, Danica Arends and Aiki Yoshi very close together at the top then on 2:27 both on 2:27.8s, and just behind them Adinata Putra, who's on at 2:27.9, so within 100th of a second, and Angi Setiawan, fastest Yamaha, as you were saying, Daniel, on a 2:28.28, just ahead of his compatriot Aldi Satya Mahendra. Another good showing for him, and Piawat come up to 2:28.529, which is considerably quicker than his first outing this morning, which was at 2:30. So he's improved, but we still haven't really seen the best of him yet.
As of right now, I believe that's still the 2 Honda Racing India team riders, Senthil Chandrasekaran as well as Setu Rajiv. Still out on the track, they're both 12th and 13th respectively. 2:31 and 2:33 for the both of them. Setu having a better timing. And Setu has been pretty consistent so far through these 2 practice sessions. He was the fastest teammate in the practice 1 and as well in practice 2. And so far, I would say 2:31 is not a bad showing from Setu, because he's just a second off the group in front of him. And still free practice 3 for him, so he can still find a little bit more.
That's right, and they are putting the work in. You can't fault the work ethic of these guys. If you want to bet in any session who's out on track, then the Honda India riders are probably gonna win you the money.
It's a great effort from them, and one thing I will take note is that they're doing this without any group. They don't really have slipstream for them to set this lap. So I think Setu Raju's time with a 2:31.9 without slipstream, I think that's quite an achievement, and he should be proud of that. And I think he will definitely be able to convert into a good fight for race day.
Yeah, I spoke briefly to those 2 guys yesterday in pit lane. They both seemed pretty happy. There are a lot of people watching back home in the 2nd most populous country on the planet as they come in now.
They're definitely going to have a huge fan base rooting from home for them.
Yeah, they were able to race in India during the off-season. They kept all their domestic championships going very nicely, actually, even during the even during the horror show that we sadly saw in India early on in the pandemic. But they kept going. They kept their time on track, and I think Setu cleared up most of the domestic championships. So great to see them out and about in the Asia Road Racing Championship. So who's not in the pits now? We haven't spoken about Akira Aziz yet.
Yeah, I saw him momentarily with the big group, but he didn't really make any impressions yet. He's done a 2:30.6. We do have one of the riders coming out now, by the looks of it. It's gonna be alone. I think every rider has gone back into the pits just now. Now we see some coming out. There's only 9 minutes left in this session.
Yeah, and still we've seen almost nothing from Cal Vietnam or Rafi Topan Suchipto, who of course were missing from free practice 1.
Rafi Topan did come out though in early in the session,
did, yeah.
but he just hasn't set a lap time by the looks of it. So that's really unfortunate.
Yeah, it looked like that team was really coming together at the last round, so I hope they can pull things back quickly, and we'll see them this afternoon. I think that is an LFN bike on track there.
Yeah, that could be Rafi Topan. I couldn't really see the number, but Ray Rakuturi is out on track, and it is like
Fitrians, yeah.
So he's got Ray Rakuturi now in front of him. Ray Rakuturi not too bad in this session, but he definitely will be looking for more. He did a 2:28.4 earlier in practice 1, so he still needs to find another second at least.
And of course he's a good racer.
Definitely.
He has a special suit for race days.
He's one of those riders that you can count on to put in a good performance on Sundays. We watch the parallel riders now going into turn 9. So just 2 riders out on track for this AP250 practice 2 session. All the other riders have gone in to make adjustments or just to check with the team where they're sitting at for this practice session. Just watching Fitrian Shah just trying to keep up with Ray Rakuturi, but I think by the looks of it, Ray Rakuturi has the superior pace, and he is just trying to push for that extra bit, because he was 4th in practice 1. Was able to keep up with the front runners.
Yeah, that Yamaha needs a slipstream to help it go quickly, and he's doing it on his own now. So that's also a good thing for him to be doing. Spend some time out alone without the slipstream and the interference. See what he does this time.
Yeah, I think it's a good decision, because then at least he would really understand where his bike is at when he's alone. Because if you rely on slipstream all the time, I think it's difficult to understand the bike better, you know, where to improve it. So I think this is a good show from Riratokore. He's just trying to figure out where he can sit without a slipstream.
Yeah, he's a clever rider, and this will be part of his preparation.
Would be good practice for Super Bowl as well if he makes it, which we can almost be certain that he will fight for it.
Well, no Super Bowl for this one, but
oh, apologies, that's right, that's for the underbone.
But yeah, you could justify Super Bowl for this class, actually.
It would be interesting to see, actually.
Yeah, I really like it.
Yeah.
But then I'm a bit of a nerd, I think, when it comes to this.
I mean, whenever I watch a Super Bowl for races, it's always interesting to see how riders prepare for it, and to see a rider doing a one fast lap for the final grid position. It's exciting, and it's something that could be done for 250 one day.
Definitely. And we were missing him just now, but it was Rafid Topan Suchipto who was first out just then.
So perhaps a last minute push for Rafid Topan. I think hopefully they've fixed everything that was not right for him. Because it would be a real miss to have Rafid Topan not able to get his rhythm before the qualifying.
And there we go. A whole bunch of Hondas there. About 6 at the front of that group, including the 2 Indian ones, who had the briefest of rests in the pits. And yeah, there they all are. Bujan and Nanta.
Also Satirajiv in the mix here, turn 4 as well. And looking at the grid, we have the pits area. We have Aldi Satya there. He's not out on track. Just under 5 minutes left, so if anyone else is to head out, they will have to make it really quick. Looks like Aiki Yoshi has just come out as well.
Yeah, both those bikes are having a little bit of work done on them, so hopefully we'll see more of them, because they were both currently sitting in 4th and 5th. Aki Setuan and LD Satya. It's Reza Danica, the 2018 champion, at the front of that group, and of course the joint championship leader with Andy Mohammed Fadli, who by his standards has had a quiet session. His best time has been just under a 2:29.
Yeah, really expected to see Andy Mohammed Fadli really find him a bit more improvement in this session compared to practice one. But looks like maybe, like as you mentioned earlier, he could be testing something a bit different, just trying to figure out what he can try. And you know, if it doesn't work in practice 2, it's fine, because he'd still have free practice 3 later on for qualifying tomorrow.
Yeah, and the disruptor there in that sea of red and blue is Akira Aziz. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, and that's Rafid in there as well.
Yeah, Rafid Topan's in this mix, so looks like he's going to start to do his flying lap as he comes across the line.
Yeah, very good company there. That's messy.
Very messy. So yeah, that's the problem when a lot of the riders are in the big groups. When one rider bumps up from the inside line, it pushes everyone wide, and yeah, it ruins some of the lap times for them.
But there are some good suspects in this group. It's Piawat just at the front there, followed by Reza Danica, followed by Adanantra, and then a whole bunch of other Astra Hondas, and Akira Aziz there.
Rafid Topan's in a good position to get some slipstream as he comes beyond this group. But he does have to be careful of where he places himself, because yeah, as we saw, it can get really a bit messy into turns, so a bit difficult for him. But as long as he gets into the competitive lap times, he should be okay going into practice 3 and qualifying tomorrow.
Agree, and it's still Piawat at the front of that group. It's still Reza Danica in second, so this is the VIP group of this class, I would say. Merchant just behind him.
Great job from the two Honda Racing India riders. They're well within its group, Setu, Rajiv and Senthil. So this could be good for them. They could improve the times further.
Yeah, it's really clever work by them to find every way they can to improve. Loads of track time, mixing with mixing with the class royalty and so on. And somebody's run off wide there. Is that Herjun?
I believe that's Herjun. Yeah, Herjun Adna, rider number 46 at turn 9. So he was not an improving lap. So he might be able to make it just for one last flying lap before the session ends. Looks like Rafid Tukban. He's on a decent lap. It's definitely not a top 3 lap time as of right now, but should be able to put him close to the top 10. Just run off wide there is Rafid Tukban.
I think, yeah, and I think for Rafid that's good enough, probably, given that he's only just made it out onto the track. He should be able, hopefully, to come back with a strong FP3 and strong qualifying.
Yeah, I think as long as he can just understand his bike from this 1 or 2 laps that he's had, and he should be able to get into free practice 3 with confidence and do what we expect him to do, which is really be a contender and fight at the top.
Yeah, I didn't see Piawat in that group, but that was Reza Danica who led them across the line. That was a slow lap though.
Rafid Tukban with all the pushing and shoving has done a 2:36.
With 20 seconds left on the clock, this is definitely their last flying lap.
Ooh, and there we go, Andy Muhammad Fadli out of nowhere at 2:27.0 from him.
Yeah, there we are, and Akid Aziz having a tussle there too. Andy Mohamed Fadli and Aiki Yoshi, 2 Kawasaki's running together, as they often do.
Made it across the line for one more flying lap, so keep your eyes out for the 2 Kawasaki riders. They could be dropping this further. Aiki Yoshi, of course, had the fastest race lap record before at 2:25.601. Very rapid time from Aiki Yoshi. Now we watch both the teammates here.
Aiki's going through.
It looks like they are helping each other and they're pushing each other very cleanly. They're not disturbing each other's lines. They're just taking advantages where they can without disturbing each other, and it's great to watch.
Yeah, they've got enough experience now, haven't they? Even though they're swapping places, which, you know, looks dramatic, there's no drama in the overtaking moves.
They understand each other well, and it's great teamwork with both of them.
Yeah, and they're not just formation flying, they're doing this at real speed.
Checker flag is out, so the riders in front of these pair of riders will complete the lap soon. I'm just watching the sector timings. So Idlan Hakimi is on a decent lap, Rafid Tukban as well, Firdaus Hamdan the wildcard as well, he's on a good lap, Akid Aziz as well improving, so keep your eyes on the timing screen for those riders. For now we look at the 2 Kawasaki teammates, Aiki Yoshi and Andy Muhammad Fadli. First and third out of both of them, but it looks like the Sector 1 and Sector 2 has not been too impressive, and neither has Sector 3, so I think that they will remain where they are.
Yeah, I think so. Akid Aziz putting in a good lap. Good sectors this time.
Should be coming across any time now. Yeah, Akid does improve to a 2:30.136. Rafid Tukban goes 12th at 2:30.153. So a great effort from Rafid Tukban, having missed out for free practice 1. So I think, as you mentioned, he'll be ready for free practice 3 now.
Yeah, that's just what he needed to do. Find his way around. He's got plenty of laps to go. Free practice and qualifying. So good to see. Didn't see much from Cal Vietnam. Who appeared confident yesterday. Again, we look at that breeze blowing through the grass as we get the official results now for free practice 2. Andy Mohamed Fadli, as we were just saying, with that surprise fast flying lap, 2:27. Reza Danica RN's 0.8 behind him. Aiki Iyoshi 2:27.866, very close on those top 3. Adananta Putra 2:27.9. Angi Setia Wan in the 2:28s with Aldi Setia. And Piawat and Ray Ratakuri also on a 2:28.5. Ninth, Herjanatna Firdaus for Astra Honda, 2:29, followed by Muzakia Mohammed, Akid Aziz, who improved in that session. Rafid Topan, we were just talking about, decent session for him, having missed most of it. Fitriansa is 13th on the 2:31, followed by Setu Rajiv, Idlan Hakimi Radwan and Senthil Chandra Sekaran, who did 2:33. And rounding off now is Firdaus Hamdan on a 2:33, and Cal Vietnam, who again was late coming out to that session, on a 2:35.9. Okay, so we're going to have a short break at the end of that session, and we'll be back for the Supersport 600s. So go make yourself a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, whatever your poison is, and come back and join us for Supersports for another cracking session with the 600s. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Okay, I already finished practice one. In the first run, I feel good and I still can improve. But in the last minute, I got a small crash, which is it's cost me time to improve for lap time. But for practice too, I have confidence to can improve again.
It looks like we've lost some engine power. Chap was changing down gear, and then all of a sudden the bike had lost power. So at this moment in time, we don't know the real root cause of the issue. The mechanics are about to investigate the issue by stripping down the engine, and then we'll determine if we require an engine change or not. But we don't 100% know what the failure is yet.
Yeah, for me, practice one, we try to keep to find the information that we need to run mini lap for, because I'm not riding around 2 years, so everything changed, like engine or the bike. So I try to find the information to make the lap time more better step by step. Actually, everything's gonna be better just step by step. So we will see the practice through that we can be more faster.
Really great to be back on the bike, especially it's my new team and first time riding 1000 bike. Really fantastic, really powerful bike. I enjoy a lot.
Not first time.
Oh no, oh not first time. Oh, sorry. So no, first time in the championship, I mean. So yeah, hopefully everything is going good today.
Like the same, Tasha, I feel good to be back after 2 years. Of course, more rider coming, more rival, and new teammate, very strong. So yeah, we see for the best.
เจ้าหลังจากหายไป2 ปีนะครับเราก็กลับมาอีกครั้งแล้วก็ตื่นเต้นนะครับเดี๋ยวเจอกันครับวันแข่งมาเต็มที่แน่นอนครับแล้วก็เพื่อนครับก็หลังจากหายไป2 ปีที่เพราะว่าโควิดนะครับก็พวกเรา2 คนก็ได้ทำการเตรียมตัวฝึกซ้อมอย่างจริงจังอย่างเพื่อว่าจะได้มีความพร้อมสำหรับ ARRC ครับก็ฝ
ฟรีแพ็กที่ฟรีซีซั่น2 วันนี้ครับก็ทำให้เรา2 คนก็พยายามทำให้เวลาดีที่สุดเซตติ้งรถให้ดีที่สุดเพื่อว่าจะเข้าโปรแกรมการแข่งขันครับเพื่อเรา2 คนเชื่อว่ามีความพร้อมครับเต็มที่
มาเนี่ยครับเรา
มาแน่
ค่อยๆแชร์ข้อมูลกันครับ
ครับก็ฝากเชียร์แล้วก็ให้กำลังใจพวกเรา2 คนด้วยนะครับ ในอาทิตย์ที่จะถึงนี้นะครับ ก็พวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับเพื่อคนไทยทุกคนครับ
พวกเรา Honda Racing Thailand ครับสู้เต็มที่ครับ
Hi, I'm Efrain Mascardo. First of all, I thank God for the opportunity this ARRC back, and I think the only I can do is to focus and follow the lead back and more adjustment on the bike and also the suspension. But the first is focus.
We are too excited for this race. So me, this is my first time to compete in ARRC. So I'm a little bit excited because it also gives me a challenge to showcase my skills and to fight for my country.
So it's so exciting to be back at the ARRC after a 2 years gap, and we are so happy to be back at the paddock, and it's so beautiful to be back with our bikes. And about pre-season test, it was really great day, and we also improved a lot, and still we will improve. Thank you. So we are happy to be back at the bike. So hopefully we finish this race very good and cheer for us. Thank you. Thank you.
Today test, we just think the feeling back. Maybe in Friday we look to the group. So up to in Saturday and Sunday we can follow the top group again.
Yeah, for this pre-session, official testing in ARRC, I happy because I can be back on the bike, and it's kind of happy to be on the different track. But also I feel bad for my friend, a lot of my friends that could not come to the track because of positive COVID. But I wish all of my friends stay safe and recovery fast. And I hope this weekend for the race session, I will get what I'm target for the race and get the podium for this round 1.
Perasaan saya agak rasa seronok lah. Dapat belajar lagi dan lagi.
Bagi saya setelah 2 tahun ni, perasaan saya gembira sebab dapat kembali ke ARRC, dan saya pun first time bawa 150 pada tahun ini, dan saya cuba buat yang terbaik.
Dan saya juga akan cuba yang terbaik. Tugas.
After 3 years, I'm back here on ARRC Road Race Championship. I'm so very happy because I'm the one who represent the Philippines. Because it's the opportunity to me, to all my co-riders in the Philippines to be in here, and I'm so very lucky to be in here, and I'm so very excited because my team is very good result in the practice.
After 2 years, we not race in ARRC Racing Championship. When I come here, I feel very happy because waiting so long to back ARRC here, so I am very happy for this event.
Yes, after a long while, we don't ride the bike, and of course we are happy here to come back with racing again in the ARRC Road Racing with the super sport bike, with the new Honda CBRC 100 RR, and we feel quite comfortable with the bike, and we just make some small setup to be more consistent, and we will see.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Dimas Juli Atmoko dari tim Aji Putra 969 LFN. Saya balap ARRC di kelas UB 150 dan kesan saya buat latihan ini selama 2 hari ini masih update dengan motor. Semoga nanti balapnya bisa stabil dan bisa tarung di depan.
Ya, perkenalkan, nama saya Romi Sagera dari tim Haji Putra 969 Racing Team. Perjalanan tadi pre-practice.
You are, of course, watching the free practice day for, as we see a rider already in trouble there.
That's Helmi Osman.
That's Helmi. Okay, that's not a good start to the session.
Yeah, that's a turn 4 too, so that's a heartbreaking part of the circuit. Unfortunate for him, that was his out lap as well.
Yeah, so an early error there for Helmi. He's got 25 minutes to put it right.
It doesn't look like his bike's too damaged anyway, so
yeah,
should be fine.
Just needs to get the dust off his tyres and he'll be fine, hopefully. So this is the second practice session we're watching now for the Supersport 600s, and we are, of course, at round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship at Sepang in Malaysia, as we watch Andy Farid, Izdihar, Andy Gilang, as his legion of fans in Indonesia know him, leading the group here. It's currently on track. He was quickest in session 1. He did a 2:10.8, and he'll be looking to bring that down. He's being followed at the moment by his distinctively helmeted Irfan Andiansia, his teammate.
Yeah, coming across the line just now was Karolina Paui, 2:11.7 for him, so that's replicating almost what he had in free practice 1 throughout the session. So looks like the riders will be dropping the times, and Andy Farid really fast in free practice 1 at 2:10.8, the only rider in the 2 minutes 10 seconds. So he'll be looking to really capitalize on that and improve further. Behind him, I believe there's the likes of his teammate as well as Izam Iqbal, I think.
Yeah, I think that's Izam, and just behind him is Nakarina Tirapuvapat, who had a solid first session, I'd say, not spectacular, but Andy Farid Izdihar looked like the leader all the way through that session.
I think Nakarin really wants to find a bit more. He had a decent time of 2 minutes 12 seconds. He will be looking for more, and behind here at turn 9 is Azra Hakim Anwar and Karo Idam Pawi on the Bunsio Honda Racing Team bikes.
Yeah, that was Azra getting a bit loose there.
Karo Idam Pawi as well, the rear of his bike just sliding out of turn 10 there. Spectacular to see. Come down now, the pair of them riding together. I think Helmi would have been in this mix had he not had that moment.
I suspect that was the plan. Yeah.
But 23 minutes left in this session. It is a pretty long practice session, so they can still come back into the pits and fine-tune anything that they need.
These two are going well. That's a fast sector 3 there for Azroy.
Looks like these pair of riders are going to be the early pace setters for this category. Come across the line now. Looks like it's going to be good 2:11 timings. Yes, a 2:11.4 from the both of them. But Azroy besting his teammate by 0.043 seconds.
Yeah, that's good. And Andy Farid down in 3rd, and Ibrahim Noruddin showing early as well. He's in the late 2:12s.
Looks like a bit of a moment there for Azroy out of turn 3. It looks like the Hondas are a bit loose in the rear, and the riders are having to control how much they apply the throttle, and You can see Karida Bowie just ever so slightly more aggressive than Azra. Azra, we always know he's very smooth rider. He doesn't take many risks, and he somewhat suits the Honda very well in his riding style.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and he used it to good effect going through there. He swept through very cleanly to lead the two of them now.
You see Karida Bowie once again. He looks a bit more loose on the rear of his bike. I think in turn 10 will show again. Now into turn 9, no real drama going in. Both of the riders very smooth. And out into turn 10, I saw that the Hondas tend to kick out a bit, and there you go. Loose again on the rear was Karida Bowie here. It's really nice to see that.
Yeah, indeed, they both were. This is a good bit of collaboration here.
Les Helmy taking off his helmet and went to the toilet by the looks of it. 21 minutes left, and we're still looking at the two Bunsu Honda Racing Team riders. This doesn't look like it's an improving lap for them. Their sector 2 and 3 has not been a fast one, but Andy Farid is on a really fast lap. His sector 1 timing is the fastest so far.
Yep, sector 2 decent.
Looking at these two Malaysian riders, like Karida Bowie and Azra Hakim Anwar. Again, a 2-minute 11 from the pair of them. So consistent in those in that timing. There we can see Irfan Ardian Shah, and behind him is likes of Nakarin and Ibrahim Noureddin into turn 9. Ibrahim doing decent job, 2-minute 11.9 from him.
Yeah, nothing yet from, or nothing really interesting yet from Nakarin.
Yeah, he's stuck in the 2-minute 14 as it is. But he's in a decent lap. His sector 2 was a fast one. Let's see if he can improve further. Full of both Chip Nakarin and Ibrahim Noureddin. I'm done now into turn 14. Here's Andy Farid. Good, fastest sector 1, good sector 3 from him. So let's see what he can create of this lap. It looks like it's going to be a strong lap from him. Can he replicate a 2-minute 10 again? Comes across. Looks like the second and the fourth sector let him down by the looks of it.
Yep, we just saw, I think we just saw going through the shot there, Ratapong Willarot, who we haven't seen anything of in this session yet. Of course, the 2018 Supersport 600 champion. It's Ibrahim Noureddin coming into the pits now.
Yeah, with Izami qualifying as well. Izam did a 2-minute 13.8 in this session. In practice 1, he did a 2-minute 15.9. So Izam, I think he's settled most of the issues that he's had with the bike, which we saw a very loose rear of his bike. I think he's going to be a lot more comfortable going into the session.
Yeah, he looks happy, doesn't he? That body language going into the pits.
I think that's Andy Farid behind there. This is Ratapong Willarot. So Ratapong doing a decent job, a 2-minute 12.939, but he still needs to find about a second to be in contention with the top 4. So the Yamaha Thailand really having to work and find what they can do to contest the other Yamaha, which is the likes of Ibrahim Noureddin. And if they do reach that, they will be in a good fight.
Yeah, but he's not going to do it this time around. He's sat up, so perhaps he's coming for a rest. I'm not sure. But yeah, you're right. That the Yamaha Thailand need to improve and perhaps look at the other Yamaha as well as the Hondas.
Yeah, Galang doing a decent job. He did a 2-minute 12.608 on the lap that he just completed. So Galang in 5th as it is. And that Yamaha YZF R6. Galang of course, a very experienced rider. He is really showing his stride so far this weekend. I think that if he can just find a few extra tenths, he'll definitely be in a and a good fight for the podium because he is only about a second off the fastest lap by Azra Hakimanawar, so not too far off. And from Ibrahim Noureddin, he's only 0.6 off, and Nakarin on his lap just now, a 2 minute 12.7. So a good lap coming in from Nakarin, but he does need to find a little bit more because in free practice 1 he did do a 2:12.5.
Yeah, and he should be going faster than that too, given his background and the machine he's on. But yeah, as you said, this is a really good performance by Galang Hendra. And again, looking at the class of the field here, Azroy's done a good job to get to the top and to put Pawi and Andy Farid behind him, and Ibrahim Noureddin.
Just following Galang Hendra right now. Looks like he had a good first and second sector. Third sector, not so. Now if you just follow him down the straight, if he can stitch this turn 15 nicely, he should be able to improve a couple of tenths. Yeah, here we followed Galang Hendra through turn 15, and he comes down the straight. Let's see if he improves on this lap, and it's a 2:12.7, so sector 3 and 4 not working out for Galang Hendra.
Yep, nevertheless, he's sitting okay there in 5th position. So we're not as quick yet as we were in the first.
Nakarin's on a hot lap though. Good sector 1, good sector 2, and the fastest sector 3, so Nakarin could be really pushing himself into first position for this second free practice.
Let's see, we're just watching Pawi at the moment.
Pawi, the number 89, his teammate Azroy went into the pits, but Pawi is still out and pushing.
Yeah, and we don't really know what happened to Helmi Asman.
Yeah, Helmi, we saw him really, I think he just came out there. I saw the notice on our screens that he just came out, so Helmi should be pushing into the top 5 very soon. We can expect him to be very strong, but as this all happened, Nakarin improved to a 2 minute 11.925, so a great lap from Nakarin in the last time out.
So that's easily his best time of the day.
Yeah, he's well within the fight for the fastest time, so great job from Nakarin, and more of what we expect from him.
That's definitely true. And another look at Pawi on the Honda.
Alright, it looks like he's gone out back into the pits.
So yeah, there's almost 14 minutes left on the clock, so it's kind of a sensible time for them to have a break, refresh, change tyres if they want to.
Yeah, especially with the time that we're at right now. It's 12, nearly 1 p.m. at the Sepang International Circuit, so the heat is at its peak for today. And yeah, definitely, as you mentioned, a good time to take a quick breather, have a quick drink, and recuperate and go back out after a few minutes. One rider who can't rest for now is Helmi Asman, because he's out and trying to set a lap time for the session.
Yeah, are we looking at him now? No,
this is Azroy, yeah. I think behind him was Helmi. I saw a yellow helmet momentarily. Yep, there we go, Helmi Asman and Azroy together. So it looks like the pair at the right is the two teammates will be trying to help each other improve their times. I think definitely they would have been notified that Nakarin has improved a lot in this session and will be contesting their timings.
Yeah, Andy Farid Izdihar. He's out at the moment, but quieter than he was before.
Yeah, he's about 0.9 seconds off his fastest time in free practice 1, so still a bit more to be found for him. Perhaps they're testing something out.
Yeah, meanwhile, championship leader Helmi Asman tries to get his FP2 back on track. with the help of his teammate, which, as you said, is always good to see how they can cooperate to help each other.
Yeah, looks like Helmi just trying to chase him. A bit of chatter there, but looks of it from the front of Helmi's bike. That's the fastest sector 2 of this session from Helmi at 29.5. That's a really good sector for him.
Yeah, sector 1 only just outside the best as well.
Oh, but looks of it, Kondanai, who we saw had a bike, an engine blow in free practice 1. He's not come out, so I think unfortunately him and the team are not ready to contest this practice 2 session, but we hope to see them in free practice 3 later on in the afternoon.
Yep, absolutely. Let's just check now. Sector, all right, 3 good sectors. Helmi Asman.
Looks to be a really good lap from Helmi. He will be helped with, I'm not sure if he can catch the slipstream from that distance, but if he does, it will help him quite a bit coming into turn 15. Come around now, and this should be the fastest lap of the session from Helmi. Come down now.
As Roy stops the clock just over 2:11, and no, that is Helmi. So he definitely got his FP2 back on track.
With his first actual flying lap, Helmi has done a 2:11.048, and a really, really good lap from Helmi Asman. Faster than his free practice 1 lap as well, so
yeah,
great job from the teammates there.
Yeah, and look how aggressive Azroy is on the bike just then, going through.
Almost uncharacteristic. We always see him as a very smooth rider, but he is really trying. But a great job from the Bunsu Honda racing team. They've locked out the top 3 in this practice session so far, and it just shows their efforts have been amazing.
Yeah, and the riders have done well, and it's good to see that Helmi, having had the early Mr. Bean moment on the outlap, has gone for a walk, pulled it back together, and bam, comes straight back, as you said, with his first flying lap to the top of the timing sheets. We have just less than 10 minutes remaining, and back now with Ibrahim Noureddin, who has been very solid this session. Best time so far of 2:11.979.
Yeah, Ibrahim really trying to push once again, because he has done a 2:09 before, and he knows that he needs to match that because he is capable. So perhaps just the setup hasn't been suiting him today, and he just needs to find that extra edge and really try to push, because as it is right now, the top 5 is locked up by the Hondas, but he isn't far. He's just a couple of tenths away from Chip Nakarin and Andi Farid, so just needs that little extra magic to find himself into the top 3.
Yeah, Nakarin and Andi Farid currently in the pits, apparently in the pits too.
Looking at the Hondas though, it's amazing what Bunsu Honda has. They have 3 race winners in their team, and it's a really powerful looking lineup for them.
Yeah, the other interesting thing, I think, just thinking about Helmi Asman for a moment, is that he leapfrogged from underbones into 600s.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to do that jump.
And of course he leapfrogged onto the older Honda. Now he's on the new one, which so far this weekend is looking like the bike to beat. But Bunsu Honda is an incredible team. As you said, they've got 3 race winners there. They've locked out the front 3 in a class that's so competitive.
Yeah, the gap between the timings is really not that much, and when it comes to the race, it all depends on the race pace, and we know that all these riders are capable of really consistent and good race pace. We've seen in Thailand and Buriram how competitive this category really is, and we can expect a lot of fireworks coming into this round. Looks like on this lap, Helmi must have made a mistake, as his sector 2 timing was nearly 2 seconds off his teammates. Here's Izam Ikmov in the 1XOX Tiki Kira team. This is his first out lap after pitting in just now. So he's got 7 minutes to make an impression.
Yeah, he was looking kind of wild in free practice 1. So let's see if there's any changes while we have a chance to look at him. He looks as though he's got the bike a little bit more sorted. Because he was very loose and it looked like suspension.
Well, a bit of a smoother exit for him, but really off the rumble strip there for him. So Izam, as usual, the aggressive rider that we know him as, and okay, let's see if he can keep it under control. Very wide there, turn 50 for Izam.
Yeah, you just feel that's in the setup, don't you?
Yeah, it seems to just not be able to handle what he's trying to do with the aggression that he's riding with. Let's see into turn 1. We have switched back to Andy Farid.
Yeah, those guys have had a long break.
They've got 6 minutes to try and test one more time before we head to the break. I think we'll get a good two laps in, 2 hot laps in at least.
They will have a plan to help each other to a decent time.
We watch them as they come up for the outlap, the Astro Honda riders into turn 2.
Yeah, Andy Farid looked very much in charge in free practice 1. He's had a bit of a quieter session this time. Let me see, 6 laps under his belt. He's been followed by Irfan, who is also a very quick rider and needs to show something as well, because he's only just under 2:14 at the moment. And we know he's capable of running at the front, so let's see what these guys can do in the last, maybe get 2 flying laps in.
As of right now, the pace setter in practice 2 has been Helmi Azman with his first flying lap after his unfortunate tumble at turn 4, it seems. And 2:11.0 is what he could do, and Azra Hakimanwa as well, 2:11.2, and his teammate as well, the teammate of the 2 front runners is Karo Idampawi in third with 2:11.4. So Andy Farid not too far, 2:11.7, and this will be his opportunity to try and close that gap or better it.
Yeah, these 2 of course on their out lap at the moment, and so far Andy Farid is the only rider into the 2:10s in this class.
So I'm still wondering whether or not we'll see one of the riders break the 2:09 barrier, because the 2:10 barrier, because we have seen riders reach 2:09. But will we see it this weekend? Because as of right now, the fastest has been Andy Farid with a 2:10.8. But the gap to find 0.8 seconds after setting that lap time is not easy.
If it happens, I suspect it will happen in qualifying, because the afternoons are a bit hot. The afternoon sessions is a bit hot, and we rarely see the fastest time set in free practice 3 on Fridays.
Yeah. I think in free practice 3, most of the teams and the riders will just be trying to find race pace and find the final setup before going to qualifying.
Yeah, because the sessions are run at pretty much race day times, so yeah, that is the best use of FP3.
Into turn 4, we saw Irfan Ardian Shah, very smooth yet aggressive riding style into turn 4 there. Looks like his teammate Andy Farid is just pulling away from him. Andy Farid looking very comfortable in that CBR machine in Sepang, and yeah, he's really making his presence known.
Yeah, and apart from his, I have to say, unforced error at Buriram, he looked so comfortable and in control all the way through round 1 too.
Definitely wanted to be a title contender in this championship, and there we have Azra Hakim Anwar. He's end of the session by the looks of it, with just 2 minutes left. He'll definitely not make it out in time for another lap.
It's a nice job done. Still Untitled Honda top 3 lockout.
It's a great job by the team and the riders. A lot of big names in that team, all 3 of them, and we can only expect the 3 of them to have some sort of tactic. Should this be their qualifying positions, they'll definitely have some way of making sure that they can all 3 lock out the podium positions. And that'll be really interesting to see, but of course, everything will be sorted in qualifying for the final grid positions.
Yeah, and people like Andy Farid, Ibrahim, Chip Nakarin,
they can spoil the party easily.
Yeah, they won't like that kind of symmetry.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Nakarin has done some amazing improvements in the free practice too, and come qualifying, I think he'll definitely bring something special. And Andy Farid as well, just as you were mentioning it, goes third now to 11.291 from him. So great lap from Andy Farid. And he will get 1 lap in this. There's 1 minute left in this session. And Ratapong Willarat as well, he is out on track. He's currently running in 8th with a 2 minutes 12.852, so he will definitely need to find a little bit of something. Because as it stands, the only Yamaha below a 2 minute 12 today has been Ibrahim Nordin. He's done a 2 minute 11.8 in free practice 1 and 2 minute 11.9 in free practice 2.
Yep, so Helmi's done. Not so many laps that session, but he's finished at the top.
It's a great effort from Helmi after that unfortunate tumble there. So that shows the true heart of a champion.
Yeah, it does, and there's an aggressive-looking Chip Nakarin there. But I think it also shows you the mental strength that Helmi's developed over the last couple of seasons.
Definitely.
He looks much more complete as a rider now in the 600 class.
It's great to see how riders come up and they mature the way they ride and the way that they think. It's great to see them grow through the championships, and very impressive with Chip Nakarin there.
Yeah, of course we haven't seen too much of Chip in this championship, but we have seen a lot of him on the international stage.
Yeah, he's definitely one to look out for, and I think he's done a really decent job in free practice too, and I think he's in a good position to have a good qualifying tomorrow, because a 2 minutes 11.7, that's a really good timing for him. So that puts him just 0.7 seconds off Helmi's time, which is a blistering time as it is.
Yeah, and that's not a huge amount on such a long lap.
Yeah, it isn't. You can easily find a few tenths here and there and really catch up to that. Comes across the line now. I don't think it's going to be a faster lap for him. It's a 2 minute 12.0. But looking down the order, Galang Hendra's in a good lap. Fast sector 2 and 3. Just waiting to see.
Yeah. As we were saying, disrupting the top 3 lockout. Andy Farid. Helmi gives his debrief.
Galahendra on that lap, he did a 2 minute 12.301, so a better lap time for Galahendra, and he'll be looking to get into the 2 minute 11s either in free practice or in qualifying, because that should put him in a good fight with the top 6 as it is. The top 6 are all within the 2 minutes 11 for this free practice 2 session.
Yep, so let's take a look at the results now. And as the man just on screen, Helmi Asman, he did with that impressive flying lap 2:11.048 to make it the fastest of the session. Second was Azroy Hakim Anwar. Third, Andy Farid Izdihar, who moved up into that 3rd position. Late in the session, Pawi was 4th, Nakarin 5th, Ibrahim Noradin 6th, and going back to the screen, Krichaporn 9th, Ferozi 10th, 11th is Amikmal, 12th Irfan Adiancia, and Kondanai Kiao, whose engine you saw blow in the first free practice session, did not make it out for free practice 2. Hopefully we will see him this afternoon. So that brings us to the end of what we call the morning session. I know it's already the afternoon, but that's the first part of the day done. We'll be back at 1:30. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back at 1:30 with the second free practice session for the Superbike class. So join us then. We'll see you in about 15 minutes.